Where you go, B, oh my god, I get him out of here. Oh, he flew out. So let's talk. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a little chat. You know, I'm sure it's like, what the heck have you been? Where have you been? I'm sure that's what you're all like. Where have you been? So, first of all, excuse me. First of all, as you know, I was getting so backed up on personal stuff and things in real life, you know, chores and just stuff like that you gotta do, that I had a lot of that to do. I had a lot of real life stuff to do. So that is partially where I've been. Also partially where I've been is I have been working on things, trying to organize the channel, trying to organize content in a more cohesive manner, I suppose, if that's the correct term to use. Just more organized, I suppose. Because, like, even as far as you know, the segments that we do now, we do segments on this channel and stuff like that, and you know, some of these segments, I'd like to get them, like I said, a little bit more organized, and I have some other thoughts and other things that I'd like to start doing as well. So I've been working on that and putting some of that stuff together. So that's partially where I've been. Let me finish my sandwich. I don't know why I put it down. I am hungry. Sorry. So, partially one thing I'd like to talk to you guys about is I'd like to step out of character a little bit for certain streams, certain things that we do, because I want you guys to understand and be able to put together that, you know, there's a lot of times that I'm playing a character, that I have a particular reaction to something, or something of that. A reaction for sure. That is very characteristic, you know, that is very animated, I suppose, or it's not, you know. But the point is, I'd like to, you know, sort of move forward from necessarily doing that all the time. I like to, like I said, finish some of the segments that I am working on and get them to you guys. So, there's a couple of very specific things that I'm working on, and so that's just where I've been. That's what I've been doing. And a couple updates for you too. It's funny because I've talked about this before. I've talked about a few of the other people that I've sort of kind of networked with and talked to over the years, 365 being one of them. Hope he's doing well. But it's funny because, like, I think I saw something where he was talking about this recently, and And this was the whole point behind a lot of the stuff that I was saying was as much as I'm willing to give a company a chance and stuff like that, even if it's like free, and we all know what free means these days. Not really free. So if it's free, you're kind of selling your soul in a way. If it has to do with the internet. So the whole point is that I gave them a chance to kind of prove that they would be responsible with that, and Prism did the opposite. They sort of doubled down, ads everywhere, and the app is just garbage. It's really not very good at all. And it's like, the point is, the more ads you have, the more breachable this is. Any Joe Schmo can download this thing and mess around with it, and it's through OBS too. It's completely open source. Just easily just screw around with it. So again, there are better options, there are better things to use, but the point is, if I just get on and, like, how boring is that? Like, like, if I sit here and I show you and I have a reaction to all these things, and it's sort of genuine, it's an annoyed, upset reaction where I can't even stream and stuff like that. Like, all these things happen. Your app is trash. And again, YouTube has this issue too. Like, YouTube's app is trash too. YouTube's own app. Like, I can't even use that thing. So like, this is, and the whole point is that like, I've been working very hard to try to show you guys that it's bigger than that like, just all these details, all these things I've been talking about. And I don't know that everybody puts it all together always, but the whole point is, it's bigger than just the fact that the app is trash. It's bigger than that. It's more, too much call to cancel things that is unnecessary. Too much trolling, too much of the companies having to double down on things like ads and things like this, because people are being not rational with their reporting and stuff like that. When things go wrong, they're being angry and abrasive and stuff like that, and then it's not taken seriously. And part of the problem is that maybe that is happening. Maybe it should be taken seriously. So that's what I see, where basically what you have to realize is it is all political. Basically, the rich people that are getting richer and not really doing their jobs are sort of kind of masking and hiding they're not doing their jobs. So the more you submit things, the more you complain, the more they want to not do their jobs and complain about you complaining. It's literally all it is. And it's just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I really thought you guys would see this with the intelligent conversations, the stuff with the car where I was talking about my shop where they're a bunch of idiots and they vote for Trump and stuff like that. Now, I might trust a mechanic there, but again, there's a bunch of idiots that work there. And so, like, yes, I have always trusted them, but because of Trump lately, they have become this way, where they question everything that I take the car there for, or something like that, or just like, like, it's where it just seems like that, where it's like, oh, well, this guy didn't have a prop rod, so I popped the hood up with a piece of wood on the air intake. It's like, what? And then you didn't think to tell me I didn't have a prop rod or install one for, I don't know, $15? Like, so, like, just stuff like that where normally in the past, the shop would communicate and stuff like that. But now these guys, under this leadership and this new sort of way of thinking, this is it. It's all that. These guys think like this, where, oh, he's just being woke, or he's just complaining, and so you want to cancel that. You don't want to deal with it, and you want to get away with not doing your job. And you get raises, and this was the whole point behind me telling you the story about the last company, the big company I worked for, not the last place I worked. Yeah, it's a problem there too, but like it's a smaller problem. The big companies, that problem's never going to get fixed. It's just going to... So there you go, guys. As you can see, the entire stream gets hacked because, again, this software is garbage, uses ads and stuff like that, easily breachable. And this stalker that's been doing these things, you know, that's the whole point. That's what's been happening. So basically, we lost you there because he's trying to control the traffic. He's trying to prevent, you know, people from hearing the message and stuff like that. So basically, the whole point is that Trump causes this. This all happened. And you see the app get hacked, and immediately the stream goes down as soon as I start talking about the problem. And so the point is, everybody in charge is lazy as fuck and doesn't want to do anything. And everybody that's complaining about all the things that should be done and should be, you know, like these people should be doing their jobs, nothing's being done about that. So they're just calling it woke so that they don't have to deal with it. And so you see, you see how it's all stuttery. So basically, like, they're even doing this now. Like, you see, the point is, this is a perfect example of how again, it's just going to be all messed up now. So it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We talked about this before. This is the stalker that's sitting here, messing around and stalking me and hacking me and stuff like that and causing problems for me. He's not, this person's not very talented. It's literally just somebody that came on here and doxing my whole family. They're not, you know, like this big time hack or anything like that. There is an investigation. We actually, I think we know who it is. And so anyway, the point is, this person is causing all of this. They're sitting here involving certain other content creators. If you remember the other content creator that I used to talk to, that sat here every second of every stream, he was in the chat and stuff like that. We think he's involved because, you know, like the whole point is that, you know, like this is very in line with that, where he was always trying to talk about how bad the streams looked and stuff like that, even though they didn't. They would look good. But he was only there when it would look bad. He would be in chat talking about how it looked bad and stuff like that, and he would never be there when it looked good. And so, like, it was sort of obvious to tell, basically, that these guys were some of the beginnings of what we saw with this shooter thing. Where, you know, like we see these shooters and stuff like that taking people out and shooting people. And again, this is a trick. Like, it's not actually like this. The point is to degrade the quality of the stream so that way it flags YouTube system. See? So the point is, Prism is trash, very easily breachable. If I just sit here and endlessly do this, it'll have no problem whatsoever. So that's the point is, it's just a trick, or this person knows how to take advantage of a trick to mess with the stream, to make it look bad, to again cause a problem with the system, because the system's all automated because they're lazy as fuck. So it tricks the system, causes a problem, and nobody fixes it for a really long time. And so that's the issue. And so, like, the point is that all these legitimate things are happening, but nobody's doing anything. Everybody wants to automate everything. And they want to sit here and make shitloads of money off of you while taking your jobs to automation. And that's what's happening. And basically, the point is, Trump wants to cover this up. He wants everybody to be stupid, as dumb as possible, to not know what's going on. And see, it immediately starts again if I don't continue doing this. So the point is, they cause this with the things that they do. You know, like earlier when they did the hack for the stream to cause the bitrate to shift around. I took screenshots to show you we have 5G full service, that it has nothing to do with my signal dropping whatsoever. That it has everything to do with the fact that these people can use AT&T's towers. So the point is, everybody's convinced AT&T is trash because it worked. So like, if you see this, the point is, it's totally fine. But if you let it go a few seconds, it's not. And again, like, the device isn't overheating. I already proved this, all the times they would make that happen and stuff like that. That was just, again, just like this, where they're making this happen, it was a result they didn't count on. Where it just started happening because they did that initial thing of shifting the bitrate around. Because that's the point. The bitrate shouldn't shift around. It really shouldn't. And I've proven that even at 2 bars, 4G LTE, like very low coverage, that bitrate is at max, does not shift around. That was the whole point behind some of the things we were doing. So as we come back here, this is what I wanted to kind of tell you guys about, is that this isn't going away. There was evidence of, you know, some things going on that I documented. I'm going to talk about, but we're going to get this segmented for you. We're not going to stop documenting this person. What we're going to do is we're going to get it segmented. So as it happens, you know, it's going to be the sort of thing where we just come back on the stream and continue and stuff like that. And then if this person continuously does it and disrupts a stream for X amount of time, what we can then do is say, well, this stream was not allowed to happen because this person for X amount of time caused this stream to never, you know, essentially disrupted it over and over and over all these different separate times. So we'll have a lot more physical proof in this this case moving forward. So that's a lot of what I'm doing here, is I'm just getting things organized and showing that you know, it's not like a troll channel where we're sitting here just trying to get hacked and stuff like that. It's literally me talking about these people that were organizing crime and bullying people on the platform, and you know, essentially me you know, telling them not to do that and standing up to it, and being attacked for it, and you know, essentially all these things happening. And so, like, again, that's what you see here, where this is what was happening, where they were again, these guys had entire channels where they were making fun of Michael Does Life. They were copying his content. They were calling gay, like literally hate speech. They're using his likeness. They're just copying his streams and reusing them left and right. So the point is, I was calling this out. I was calling out the fact that, like, there was this really weird thing going on where it was either a whole bunch of people were pretending to hate on each other and making it seem real enough that it would cause other people to do that because they weren't saying it was fake, or they really were doing it. And that was my impression, was that he didn't like it, was that it really wasn't something that, you know, he wanted to happen. And again, as you can see, this has never stopped. It's a permanent thing for the stream to happen now. That this is like, the stream is kind of just stuck like this now. So, like, the point is, if I just continue doing this, it's totally fine, as you can see. So, you know, it's again, this is how bad YouTube's system is, because it's automated. Because nobody does anything all day. This is how trash YouTube's system is. So this person just sits here, does this with Prism, or does something very easy, fucks the bitrate up, the whole stream is botched. And so this is the point. You see how it does this? And so this is why some of you are constantly restarting streams and stuff like that. Somebody did that on purpose. It's not by mistake. And again, then YouTube automates everything, and so it doesn't. So again, this will just, again, it's not a real issue. So we have to get that stuff organized, and I've been working on a lot of different things, and like I said, we've been here for a while playing different characters and stuff like that to kind of really show you how this could make somebody feel it's valid, and so, like, I mean, if I really wanted to not have that reaction, I'd get off stream. But the whole point was that, to give you guys, it's, well, if I felt this way, this is probably how I'd react, and I do, So the point is, everybody's lazy as hell. And meanwhile, they sit here and weaponize their own platform to make other actual streamers that work very hard actually look lazy. This is what they've been doing. And so this is the point. And meanwhile, these same big whale streamers sit here and make tons of money left and right, so that way they can capitalize on that investment and then never have to allow new people in the door, so that way they have to pay more people out and stuff like that. They can just continue taking a bigger cut. See? So it's every big company. It's Walmart, it's YouTube, it's so many big companies. AT&T obviously is taking part in this, where they're pretending like nothing's going on and stuff like that. I mean, like, it's obvious. And, like, the point is, originally it probably was something like that, where it's like, why is it so bad? And then, like, it's just like, oh, well, now we're just not going to do anything about it. So this is the point. Like, it is not anything that has ever stopped. These apps are trash because they have the ads. Ads are everything. And I'm going to show you a documented clip of something that proves this. So if you remember the new Black Label Society song that came out, the new one, when I was trying to watch it on YouTube, the YouTube app kept force closing the song several seconds in. The whole app would force close. I wasn't able to even watch it or listen to it. I spent several hours trying to get the new Black Label Society music video to work. And this is very important for them when they release a video. That it's not kicking people out of the video, it's not causing problems for them. So that way they're entitled to those views. Well, that's exactly what was happening. It would play the ad just fine. Yeah. And then I started learning that it was happening only after it would play an ad. That was what was doing it. It was the ads. The ads were breaking it. And it was because it had just been released. So it was probably processing or whatever, like mine do. Yeah, so that's the point. It was causing all these problems because it was processing and there was ads on it. So the ads were playing just fine. And then because it was processing, it was like trying to do all of that, the algorithm and stuff like that, the trending it's supposed to do from the ads, and it can't do it. So just, you know what I mean? Like it very obviously is somebody screwing around and actual, like, real cancel culture. And then people think this is conspiracy theory. It's like, no, man, like, This happens to me all the time. Like, we're not talking about, like, things that should be happening. This is stuff that, like, the app shouldn't force close. You're just watching a music video. It doesn't make any fucking sense. And this is the stuff I've been talking about, like, where I'll say it common sense, I'll say it reasonably like this, like a normal person, and the views dwindle down to nothing and stuff like that, and nobody cares and stuff like that. But suddenly when I act like a character and I rage out about this stuff, you know, we get all these views and whatnot. So the point is, it really does matter. And obviously, I'm sure Black Label Society does not appreciate the fact that it took me several hours to even get it to work. Here's the funny thing. Hey, 365, here's the funny thing. Conveniently, and again, we're doing this because they were moving the bit rate around and they messed the stream up, so we have to constantly do this to, you know, make sure it's okay. So anyway, basically, it took several hours to even get this to work, this video to work. And again, it wasn't the only one, actually. So it was initially only Black Label Society. It even did it with the Gallows, which is weird. And again, I suspected it was the processing thing because it was recent. They had just uploaded it and released it, probably. So that was the whole point. And so it stopped doing it, but only after I got my device. Oh boy. So they force closed the app as I was talking about that conveniently. So that's the point. Like, they're literally causing these things to happen on purpose. It's not something that ever happened before. All of this nonsense from Trump to try to prove this. It literally never happened before any of that stuff. The point is, we would do this for, I mean, eight hours at a time. We would go out all day. We would stream. We would not have a single problem. Yet all of a sudden, as we're talking about Trump and we're talking about not to vote for him way back, we start having all these problems. And the whole point is, it's all these people that align with wanting Trump to allow them to spread anarchy. And, you know, they work at AT&T, they work at YouTube, they work everywhere. They're just anarchists. And they agree with that message. Sometimes they fucking wear suits. So the point is, they force closed this app. You know, it's not actually having these problems. And you can see it still has this problem. It didn't initially have this problem, but now all of a sudden it's all glitchy and stuttery. So the point is, you know, they're causing this to happen to the device using their malicious tools that they have been doing this whole time to me. And, you know, I've been telling them, oh, why does this happen? Why does this happen? If this is working, you know, and stuff like that. They've been taking note, they've been learning, and they've been adjusting. And immediately you see these concurrents in here, you know, these two that are always in here maliciously, conveniently in here, as these things always happen. Conveniently, these are the two, you know, right back in the stream when the moment the stream comes back. So take note of that, you know, like it always starts with two. These two people are following me around, and conveniently there's two content creators that I told you about, that you all know about, that cause problems for me. So just remember that. So I'm going to show you again, like, and if you notice when I flip that around, did you see how the camera reversed itself really quick? That's why it's happening. Because they have the camera flipped on a hardware level. They have literally broken my camera on my device. That's why it's happening. So they can just sit here and cause all these problems for the camera. Just like they did for my other camera when I was using an extension cable. That's why they were able to cause those problems, because I was using an extension cable for my camera. That's it. So notice that. I'm going to take note of that, the bitrate maliciously shifting around right as I say that. And that's the first time I said that. And guys, how many times do we come here and the bitrate's fine? So we drive in here, bitrate's fine. How many times? How many times? So that's the point. They had no idea. So I revealed that little piece of information. Oh my God! Oh, an extension cable. Oh shit, a USB extension cable. Oh my God. Yeah. That wouldn't cause the fucking camera to randomly fucking freeze while I'm using my stream software. Yet, for some reason, after getting rid of my extension cable from my fucking camera, all of a sudden the camera doesn't freeze anymore when I'm using the stream software and shit like that. I guess it's a shitty fucking cable then, or durka-dur. You shouldn't buy Amazon Basics cables then. Durka-durkity-durkity-dur. It's Amazon Basics cables, durka-dur. So I just recorded evidence that, remember how I said that they're not making the signal drop? I just recorded evidence that the signal was only 2 bars prior to turning off my connection just now. So that's the point. If I can on off the connection, everything stops. That means they're hacking it. And that's what's always been the case. You know, like just like the hack with the Xbox, that was what it was with that too. Where they were making the game not work. If you just on off the connection, it stops. Just like the stream. If you could turn the stream off and turn it back on, it would stop. But they never suspend the stream like they're supposed to. And you see this, like this is back. But the point is, now the bitrate's not maliciously shifting around. And I have full service. So the point is, they're trying to figure out, they're like using my AT&T service through the stream somehow. And the whole point is that DDoS attack on Steam happened, the DDoS attack on the PlayStation Network had just happened, and then I took my break. And that was the whole point. I knew that they were sitting there trying to get to the games, trying to cause problems. Because yeah, flat out, everybody had cloud sync issues. Everybody did on Steam. Everybody. And that happened, you know, like right, remember when we were playing Sackboy and stuff like that, and we were having those problems? That was when that was happening. That was why we're having problems. So basically, again, they're DDoSing these services that are supposed to constantly do things. They're just DDoSing this stuff to corrupt the files. So, see how the camera flips? That was what I was telling you about. I was telling you about how they've broken my camera, just like before, where all I was doing was using an extension cable for my camera, from my PC. I got rid of the extension cable, and suddenly the original cable, it never happened anymore. Well, again, that shouldn't be the case. Why is that the case? That's so absurd to think that a USB extension cable is why the fucking camera is freezing. And again, the whole point is that I knew that wasn't really why. Like yeah, obviously the extension cable, like something's going on there, but it's not the real answer, because it's not what it shouldn't. You're just extending the fucking cable, like. So, like, it's just USB. It's supposed to be universal. That's the point of it. So, you know, something's going on there, and
this is the point. Some of these things they didn't even know. And remember how I said my camera is always broken backwards, and you see this is a common thing? How many people's cameras on streams do you see that are broken and like there's words that are like backwards and you don't know why? This is why I was convinced originally it was police, because police oftentimes really make foolish accusations about the law. They often show that they don't really know it very well, and do things like think that, you know, like they really think that people can't like wear like t-shirts and stuff like that on stream. And like I've seen people comment and stuff, you know, like I've seen the comments. That's what I'm talking about, where it's obviously a cop and stuff like that. Like he kind of says that, and he's commenting on his knowledge of the law, and it's illegal and stuff like that. And it's like this most ridiculous, cringy thing you've ever heard. And he's complaining because he's obviously like jealous of this person or something, you know, like or it's something like that, where like he's envious, or like it's just so childish. And so anyway, the point is that I see these things and it's just not true. And that's the whole point, is that like you have to realize just how many people out there are going to use disinformation, information that has been intended to spread malintent. Like essentially, this is information that is intended to you know, get you to not know what the truth is, to essentially confuse you. And that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with anarchy. We're dealing with people that are just screwing with everyone. And they're trying to pit society against each other. Now, these, you don't think about this. I've heard people try to label this movement as people that want to take over the world and stuff like that. No, it's not that. These people are, that's not, no. There is no takeover. They don't rule anything when they do that. They just destroy things. Nobody will look to these people as leaders. You know, like that's what you need to realize, and that's what anybody needs to realize, is that when you destroy stuff and you take stuff by force, at the end of the day, nobody sees you as a leader. You're just forcing them. You didn't do anything. So, the point is, that's right and wrong. That's what everybody doesn't understand. Everybody. Except, again, the ones that know right and wrong. And that is right and wrong. You don't force ideals. You don't attack. You don't invade. You don't, you know, just like you don't, if you think that gas prices are being affected by Joe Biden because you're an idiot, you don't deface a gas pump with a sticker. You get what I'm saying? Somebody like that somebody's got to remove that, and they're probably going to mess up the gas pump removing it. Other people don't want to see it. It looks bad for the business. It's just bad. And then you did that. So the point is, you destroyed, and while you're like, oh, it's a sticker, okay, so take it the next level. Okay, so now you get all pissed off at police and stuff like that, and you destroy a cop car for what? Why did you do that? What did that solve? What did that do? Versus if you used your words and you tried to organize and show that you have intelligence and show that what you speak for isn't destruction. Because again, all you're going to do by doing that is literally cause your own destruction. You will eventually be destroyed. You can't just destroy things all over the place and expect you're not going to get taken down yourself. And then at the same time, at the end of the day, it didn't do anything, didn't accomplish anything. So what did you do? So, again, just remember that you see that this is a very, very smooth stream all of a sudden, and I was facing the camera that way. The whole point is that a lot of this is the fact that they don't want, people in here for some reason seeing me. For some reason, they know that me sitting here talking to you about these things may change things or may have a positive impact. So they're screwing with that. And they have been. But again, this is just the latest, and we're going to get this more organized. When we do streams like this, we can always talk about that stuff because it's just a vlog stream. As for the thing that was happening with the app earlier, where the app was being forced closed when I was watching Black Label Society, that was very serious, and I've seen that bullshit happen before too, where I was watching 365 stream, and just while I was watching his stream and wanting to participate in chat and stuff like that, they weren't having that. They were like, oh, well, he's not gonna be seen in his chat. He's not gonna... And so, this is the point. They go around and follow you around so that they can cause problems for you in the general public. That's what they've been doing to me in my real life. That was what all this was about, was doxing me on this platform, my family and stuff. It was all about that. Again, they're just following you around so that they can cause all these problems. And the whole point is that, it's supposed to have a condemning effect on cancel culture, on Americans in general, because we're very much in the public's view. We're sitting here, we're streaming, other people in the world see it, and conveniently, all behind the scenes, my primary viewership is not the United States. It really is not. They sit here and they show my streams to Russians, to Indonesians, to... they intentionally do that. They do it on purpose. Instead of... And remember all the times that I had an American flag on the screen and the bitrate maliciously shifted around all over the place? Right. And then I posted an emoji of an American flag in a post, and they censored the American flag. Yeah, and they actually censored it putting EU, too. They didn't even put US. They put EU, which is Europe, not US. They censored it and said the wrong thing. So, this is the point. They're very obvious. And this was when I was trying... This was when I was, it was a holiday, and I was, being patriotic, and I was talking about what America was about and stuff like that. So obviously they were trying very, very hard to make something happen where people would think I was either from Europe or something like that, because again, they didn't disrupt the stream. Everything they were doing, they didn't disrupt me at all. So the whole point was, the bitrate shift, all that stuff, that didn't do that. So therefore, they had to cause some sort of other problem. They had to then censor this emoji. And the whole point was they have to permanently do it now. Because now the whole point is I was showing this. I was proving it left and right, left and right, left and right. So now if they break something on YouTube, they have to break it permanently instead of temporarily. Where before, I would show you, see? That isn't like that. Now they're breaking it permanently. So yeah, you type an American flag emoji in a post on YouTube or something like that, it censors it to like EU or something like that, and doesn't work, even though it's literally just an American flag emoji. Yet all these people, you can type it in chat, you can... Why would you censor the American flag, YouTube? So we talked about this before. And we talked about how this is just defamation. Like, again, this is endless defamation, and the court systems are flooded, so it's just taking time. But the whole point is it's obvious to see who's actually doing it, who it boils down to at the end of the day, because everybody's suing that person. There's pretty much nobody left that isn't suing Donald Trump at this point. So I just wanted to throw that out there, and I'll go ahead and show you that this is not happening. Let's see, still not. So again, like, I can do that, and it can resume just fine. But as you can see, when I do that, watch, the camera kind of flips itself briefly. See that? So again, that's the point. Like, it's correct way around, obviously. So why is it flipping itself? So that's the point. That is my device. On my device, that is broken like that. My actual camera on the actual device is broken. And again, brand spanking new phone. This phone, it didn't come like that. It happened after the first stream on YouTube on this device, just as all the other stuff broke. So again, the point is they are breaking these things with the platform. The platform doesn't take any responsibility because they're, quite frankly, a bunch of idiots. And the cycle repeats itself. Now, the point is, with the Black Label Society thing, they did that. The point is that they're able to do that knowing that, like I've said on stream, Black Label Society is my favorite band. Like, people kind of know this. So, like, if you know this about me, you can intentionally mess with things and put trackers on ads. So if I want to listen to something, you cause a problem for that. That's the whole point. Remember the one day I was trying to play The Gallows on stream really quick for like a few seconds, and it just randomly started playing at the wrong tempo? It was just the wrong tempo for no reason whatsoever. And so the point is, that's very convenient. Like, I'd never seen that happen. The speed was fine. Shouldn't just do that. That's very strange. So there's that, and then again, the whole point is if they know that it's something that you listen to, they can affect it. So the point is, it was initially that, but then I started recording evidence of it. As soon as I started recording evidence of it, I got my camera out, I started recording evidence of it. It wasn't happening anymore. Like, literally the very, like it happened the first time. But then I tried to show that it was happening with The Gallows, and it wouldn't happen anymore. And then I went back to the other one, and for the first time, it started playing. For the first time in several hours, it had started playing. And the point was, I was trying to play this, just watch the new Black Label Society music video, and I couldn't. So the point is, it's very clear to me that these people, they want to affect culture. They want to cancel culture for the United States. That they are following people around that are sort of kind of beacons for culture. Obviously me being somebody that listens to all the music that I do and all, plays all the games that I do and all that stuff, they're obviously going to sit here and they're going to try to affect that. Let's talk about how there's been zero concurrence in the stream after all this stuff. After the stream went down several times, we've had 1 and 2 concurrence for the past 10-15 minutes. And as I say this, that one concurrent comes in to prove that they are watching at the very second that I say that. So the point is, we have people running fake, bot views and stuff like that, where they're able to sort of kind of listen to the stream and keep tabs on what I'm saying, but not show that they're in the stream. And these are maliciously being impacting the stream. They're using these bots to maliciously infect the stream. That's what they're doing. They are like literally just infecting the bot and then coming into the stream. That's what they're doing. Like, they're literally just loading up on trackers, cookies, and stuff like that, and they're taking that bot, and they're coming in the stream. That's it. And some of them are doing it with huge amounts, where they have more than they should. Nobody should really even have view bots, really. But this is the point, is what you have to realize is that a good bit of what you see on YouTube is fake. People use view botting. It's not real. And that's why, because of all this. Because this started happening and they didn't want to fall off, essentially, so to speak. Otherwise, everybody would have been canceled overnight. So they've been using view bots to trick you and stuff like that. They are getting real views, but this is what's happening. And so they're probably paying attention and curious because simply they know something's happening, but they haven't the slightest clue. They just know they need to do something about it so they don't fall off, essentially. And so that's what's happening. And, yeah, just like I said, they bring all the views down to 0 for some people, or just lock the view count for others. We took a break for I don't even know how long, and those past few streams, the view count's just locked, no views. And, you know, again, you're supposed to believe that a stream got 700 some views as it streamed, and then proceeded to finish and get absolutely no views after. That makes no fucking sense whatsoever. That makes no fucking sense whatsoever. So this is what we're talking about, where that stream sits there, gets no views, the other stream get like the point is it would get views, but that's the one that sort of kind of points the finger at Donald Trump, that shows what he's doing to affect the rest of the country and the world, really. And so therefore that's the one that they sit there and they lock the view count, so that way it tricks you into thinking nobody's watching it and stuff like that. Just like the election. Just like how they don't want you to know that most people hate Donald Trump. Most people do not like him. The vast majority will overwhelm and destroy this country if Donald Trump stays in office a third time. And the point is that they're proving that. They're marching every day. They're proving it. It's getting worse. And he is doing even more illegal things daily, day by day. So yeah, to think that he's not affecting this, you'd be stupid. You'd be foolish. So we're just gonna organize this in a later segment, but we'll talk about how there's been 1 and 2 concurrence for the past, 10-15 minutes. Ever since the bitrate wasn't moving around and stuff like that. Now conveniently there's 1 and 2 concurrence when, essentially they were able to disrupt any of the traffic that we did have. Essentially they know that they have now disrupted the traffic, so now they're sitting in here and watching. So that way, if there's any traffic in here, they can maliciously shift it out of the stream. And that's what they're doing. See how, again, this is not a real problem. It's not stuttering around. This is because of what they fucked up with the stream. Not a real problem. So again, this is them trying to break Samsung devices. Trying to make you think Samsung's bad. Trying to break Samsung devices because Samsung is a Korean device. So American devices, European devices, and Korean devices are all under attack. Cars, phones, everything. And this is what's happening, where they're trying to get the device. And yeah, they broke the camera. Again, the device is overheating, just simply trying to use the stream software, and it's not. It doesn't have that problem. Again, the very second that I had the device, There's nothing wrong with it. None of these things were wrong with it until I streamed with it. And I announced I had a new phone. Instantly, there were like 17 people in the stream. Those are those bots. You know, they have trackers on what you say, so that way they know when you have a new this or a new that, and they can start impacting that. The point is to tank companies and cancel culture in specific countries to financially cripple that particular country's technology with this or that. So obviously Korea has Samsung's a big one for them. So is Hyundai. So when douchebag asshole cops are excusing car explosions as car recalls because they're a bunch of fucking idiots that don't know how to do investigations, you know, you get what I'm saying? And they literally they'll be like, oh, it's a Hyundai. Aren't they known for fires? And that's how they conduct their investigations. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to see what's going to happen next. You're a retard. You didn't conduct an investigation. They're taking advantage of that. Same thing they're doing with every single other fucking company that is dumb right now and not investigating things properly. Who's going, I don't know why this is happening. I don't know why this is happening. I don't know why this is happening. How could this be happening? How could it be happening? I have no idea. So, again, we're going to get all this into another segment for you to see, but the very second that I did a Windows update for Windows 11, and again, we're talking a cumulative update for fucking October. The month we're in, okay? This is Windows 11, okay? I do an update. My virus software tells me, fuck, you need all these updates. So it does all these updates. Bam, done. Bam, done. Then, after I do those updates, Windows 11 then proceeds to start installing the previous update over the new one. Immediately. This piece of trash backwards updates immediately. It is broken immediately. That's what they're doing. And security updates. It's .NET framework. It's cumulative updates. Literally all those things. The very second. And you think that these top companies, Microsoft, YouTube, Xbox, that's also Microsoft, all these, AT&T, all these companies that know this is happening that aren't doing anything, that literally their software keeps getting more trash, and they were some of the top. They're like before this Trump bullshit, they were the top, right? Now all of a sudden they look like fucking garbage. They know about these things, and they have the opposite message. Their message is often the opposite. Oh no, we're doing fine. It's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Windows 11's trash. Microsoft's like, it's great. Windows 11's literally garbage. It's probably the worst operating system since Millennium Edition, actually. It's probably the worst one since Millennium Edition. And that was a pretty trash operating system. And they're like, oh, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. And, you know, again, we have all these products. Again, AT&T, I mean, geez. The company that even the NSA wanted their towers. And you're trying to pretend... You're really trying to pretend like, no. And not only that, but again, Samsung. So happening with Samsung products, it's literally happening with products where the company has dumb-ass developers that are just idiots. Again, I sat on here for the first year streaming, telling you all of these things that most people, like Linus, he gets it. But like most people in the tech industry, especially computer people, they think they know fucking everything. And they will argue to the death that they are right about this or that. And they will just be wrong so many times. And, you know, again, it was like the streamer that I was networking with, not really. He just forced his way into my streams and stuff like that. And the whole point was that he was always trying to press the issue that the Xbox Series X was trash. And I had never experienced that. My Xbox Series X was fucking amazing and always performed that way. And I was proving it left and right. I was like literally proving it. And conveniently, right as I was proving it, and right as it became obvious he was a Trump voter and I was the other way, my Xbox started breaking left and right, left and right, left and right. And that's what was happening. It's literally just that. Where if I had in the public's eye somebody that was arguing with me about something that was very obviously somebody voting Trump, well, that thing would just all of a sudden start having just random fucking problems that never happened before. So again, I want to remind you that sometimes Putin doesn't lie. Like, yeah, like, obviously the guy, like, obviously you can't, obviously you don't invade Ukraine, you don't, like, become a dictator, like, obviously, but, you know, there might have been a little something to the thing that he said where he was trying to, you know, kind of say, you know, that's not us, that's Trump using his own shit to mess with his own citizens. I think there might be a little bit something to that. Just a little bit something to that. A little bit. You know, he's not rigging an election or anything and getting all the Republicans to you know, redistrict Texas and do all these just illegal things and stuff like that. No, he's totally not doing any of that. Totally not doing insider trading. One of the most illegal things on the planet. He's just doing it in broad daylight. Totally not doing all that. And you really think he's not doing this stuff? You really think that it's not that basic where he is always wrong? His voters are always wrong. So he sits here and starts meddling. And literally just anything that you prove them wrong with, well, now they'll mess with that. And that's what you see. And again, there's been one concurrent in here the entire time I've been talking about this. So this will be something that we discuss later, where you guys know that we get more than one concurrent, two concurrents. But conveniently, as the bitrate's not shifting around, we see these same stalking concurrents just in the stream, where we know who that is. Again, there's plenty of people in here. It's the same people that have been in here, but you know, again, it's just the 1 and 2 that they're showing you, so that way I talk about that and it has an effect where you leave the stream or something like that. So anyway, again, there's nothing going on with the stream. They're doing this to trick the system. Again, they have shifted the bitrate around maliciously and caused the stream to, again, it's not hot in here. It's not a hot day. I'm sure you can see I'm wearing a sweater here. It's not a hot day. The device is not overheating. They are literally causing these problems on purpose. They are causing the app to use too much resource. They are causing these things. I proved this. I did a back-to-back stream where they didn't know I was going to do this. And I streamed and I bitched about the stuff and did what I normally do, and then I silently did another stream after that, privately, that they didn't know I was doing. And I tried to overheat the device. I turned off the air conditioning. I sat in the car in 90-degree heat, this device, and did a stream. And I turned out that I was like burning up, I was sweating. And it went like I think 2 to 3 times long. Wait, not even like massively longer. I think like I couldn't even finish the other stream because it's just overheating. And then this stream, like it just went so massively longer because the point is I could do it, didn't have any problems. And the point was because they didn't know I was streaming, because I was streaming it privately. So this is why they started doing all these malicious things. So that they could know if I was ever streaming privately, so that they could still shift the bit rate around on private streams and stuff like that. This is why they started messing with the views and trying to figure out how to mess with views, because I was showing that a while back when I reacted to a K-pop video a while back. This is the first instance of it years ago. I saw a bunch of views all of a sudden show up on a private video that nobody had ever watched yet. I had just reacted to this. I hadn't even watched it yet. And it was going up too. It had 4 views initially when I saw it. I was like, what the heck? 4 views? What the fuck? I didn't even watch it. I didn't even watch it yet. And then it went up to 8. It was going up to 6 and then went to 8. I'm like, whoa, what the hell? And then I get on stream, and as soon as I say something on stream, it just stops cold turkey. And they start taking the views off. So that's the point. They learned that I was going to sit here and talk about the stuff. So they just started weaponizing it around me, where they would just do something. I would talk about it. Oh, okay, that does that. So let's do this then. And because YouTube is so trash, nobody paid attention. Nobody did anything about it. This is how garbage YouTube is. And this is what's been going on the channel. So for anybody that's kind of new, they don't know what's going on. That's what I've been dealing with this nonsense, with this person that just wants me to mention his name over and over. Just like the other streamer that I mentioned his name. I'm not going to mention his name anymore. But yeah, 365... that's the point. 365 is the one that, he's always been supportive and stuff like that. And so, they know as soon as I mention his name, they got to shift the bit rate around and stuff like that. Because, that's the point. He's in the stream. That's a real connection and stuff like that. And then you see me, actually, talking to somebody's in the chat. It's the sort of thing where they got to stop that. And that's what happened earlier. 365 was in here. There was a chat. So they shift the bit rate around. They cause a problem. They overheat the device. Yada, yada, yada. And again, the device isn't actually overheating. They just use the stream software to make it do that. So, again, I'll show you that there's not really a problem here. See? So, again, it's just a trick. It's going to happen in a few seconds again. Anyway, the thing where it was force quitting the app with the Black Label Society music video, it's not the only thing that it did that with. It was doing it with other videos, too, after I started taking my recording device out and recording it. It started doing it with just all these other videos. All of a sudden. And it hadn't done that. It was only doing it with that until I did that. Then they started doing that. So basically, it's obvious to me that they've gotten to a point where they're regularly keeping tabs on things and using me and my data to learn how to attack and destroy apps and destroy certain things. And because nobody is actually doing anything about it behind what I'm saying, they're just endlessly doing this. So that's the point. Because people are this dumb. I keep proving that people aren't doing anything about it. I shouldn't have to come on here and be nice to people. Like, that's not my job. Like, as a content creator, my job isn't to be nice to people. If I worked at McDonald's or I worked, like at a place like that or something like that, my job is to be nice to people. My job is to be nice to the employees, too. I regularly worked at a fast food place where the nasty woman that I worked with for years used to tell me it's not my job to be nice to people. She would say that. I'm sorry, lady, it actually is. So, yeah, like, it's not my job to not... It's actually my job to do the opposite. Like, as a content creator, you have to realize a lot of times you're going to get views doing the opposite. And the point is, that all follows whatever the common theme of the world is. So, like, if Donald Trump is being a jackass and splitting people apart, and people like war and they want more destruction and war, then yeah, they're gonna tune in when somebody's bitching about something, yelling up a storm, complaining this and that. That's what's gonna happen. It's literally that. And so anyway, like I said, you have these big companies that aren't doing anything. And they sit here and try to make content creators look lazy and look bad and stuff like that, when they're the ones stealing our ideas and stealing our money and not paying out. And so that's the point. I really think that YouTube, and just like all the other companies, they want to keep the accounts they have now and make shitloads of money off of what they have. But anybody new and anybody that's causing any type of drama or problems or something like that, they're going to sit here and harass that person and cause problems for them. And that's all that's happening. It's literally just companies harassing their own customers, their own clientele. It's literally what's happening. Amazon does it. As much as I like them, they do it. I've seen evidence of it. I do like Amazon, but I've seen evidence of it. I've seen evidence of it at Walmart tremendously. McDonald's is the worst. McDonald's will flat out have a manager scream in your face and they will get promoted for that. A manager will get red and scream in your face and get promoted at McDonald's. That's McDonald's. And it only got worse after Trump did his stupid thing where he pretended to work at McDonald's. He doesn't know he has no clue about that disgusting company. So the point is, I come on here and I talk about this stuff because I have firsthand experience dealing with it. And they want to shut me up and stuff like that. And I'm allowed to talk about my experiences at companies where I was constantly harassed. I'm allowed to do that. Yeah. And there's been a lot of companies over the years that, they take advantage of people like this. And the moment that you try to stand your ground and you take a foothold on this is what they do. This defamation. They actually take part in harassment. So that's who's doing it. It's not some conspiracy that like anarchists want to take over the world. No. That is who is getting blamed for like organizing these. No. Big companies are doing that. And then the anarchists get blamed for it because they're the one actually like in plain sight blowing shit up, attacking things. They're just showing up when people complain. That's it. You talk about it in the media, it sounds like something they don't give a shit about, so they're gonna show up and be famous blowing something up or shooting somebody or something like that. It's literally just that. They want their glory or whatever. I don't even know how they look at it, but the point is it's obvious attention. It's for attention. And that's the problem. Media wants to give attention to shootings and I just, like, again, like, I feel like a shooting should be covered like this. Charlie Kirk was shot today. This is terrible. It was an assassination. The FBI are investigating. And this is a terrible thing. And we should all condemn any type of murder or any type of violence, period. In other news, that's it. You shouldn't. That's it. Not hours and days and weeks and fucking. Oh God! Now Trump gives him the fucking Presidential Medal of Freedom. Jesus Christ! When are you gonna wake up and realize what's happening? Like, he was literally assassinated. There was a cover-up, and all this is so that Trump can sit here and play the fucking pity party and make you feel bad for the Republicans just long enough that this whole little coup works to overthrow the government so the Democrats can't get back into the fucking House. It's literally all it is. And you're all so stupid and blind. The first time in I don't even know how long the Republicans have complete control with Trump in office, and all hell is breaking loose, and like lawlessness, and you're all too fucking stupid to do anything about it. I don't see enough people burning Trump flags, burning MAGA hats. I don't see it enough. That's what you need to be doing. Taking a stance. Telling them, if you try to be president a third time, if you're stupid fucking Republicans try this shit, we're not gonna support you. We're not gonna be your Nazis. You need to tell them that. You need to let them know that. That's what he thinks. He thinks that you're gonna be Nazis for him. He thinks this. I don't think he understands that most people will do that for a day. Because they're stupid. Yeah, they're just pissed off. Everybody has anxiety. So yeah, you want to hit a bag. You want to take it out on something. It'll work its course in a day. Guarantee it. And then everybody will be like, wow, this is pretty terrible. And that's it. And then it'll be done. And they'll put their arms down. It'll be like 21 guns, man. Like, that's the point. Like, nobody wants to fight anymore. We've seen all this. We've seen history. People are just... They don't know. They don't know what's going on. And they won't listen to reason when somebody tells them what's going on. That's the problem. Fucking people are... So, all people are concerned about, it seems like anymore, is just what everybody else is doing. You know, like, the point is, these people are endlessly in my stream, harassing me, hanging on every word I say, making bots, hanging out in my chat. Like, you know it, I know it, they've shown it. And yet, they're not my fans, they're people that hate me. And they're the people that are watching me every second of every day. And you don't recognize the psychosis, the psychotic behavior, the fact that the average person is probably psychotic. And that's a problem. You know, he wants to harass people, seeks to keep tabs, seeks to find something wrong with what they're doing. so that they can point a finger, and that way they don't look as bad. Like, that's what all this is. It's just what Trump does. They want to find something out so they can point a finger so they don't look as bad in comparison. And so that's what all this is. And like, they endlessly do all these things to try to make something happen. It's unbelievable. So, you know, nothing compares to the Epstein files and that fucking island. Nothing. The moment that you have a president that's hiding up the largest human trafficking, and it's not a conspiracy, it happened. So the point is, like when this did happen, and this president's covering it up, and very blatantly, when asked about it, like blows up about it and stuff like that. Vance blows up about the whole thing about the military meeting all together in one room. This is not weird. This is not weird, by the way. Like literally just has to say that. Like, the point is, yeah, you know it's weird. And we called that. And the point is, like, these guys are some of the worst criminals on the planet. They got caught, and they just used lawyers and money to get out of it. And they're still getting caught. And that's the point. The rest of the world uses this. They know. Because Al-Qaeda is better at crime than they are. That's the fucking point. You have to realize that. They organized 9/11. They're better at fucking crime than Donald Trump is. That guy gets caught. He's an idiot. He's the guy standing in a fucking debate. He's the guy standing in a debate going, oh yeah, I cheated on my taxes. I call that being smart. Go there being smart. He actually he brags about cheating on his taxes, calls it being smart, and then sits here. He knows that the IRS gets everybody. It's literally how they got Capone. So he sits here and he starts slowly trying to take control of the IRS. So that way they don't get him. That's the point. Because that's how they get everything. That's how they do it. They if they can't get somebody because of this, that, and the other thing, they sit here and they use the IRS. That's how they always do it. That's how they've always done it. Because somebody is doing something illegal with taxes because it's not legal. So therefore, there's all these taxes you didn't pay. That's the point. So therefore, that's how they always get them. So Trump is sitting there deleting all of the stuff probably that he did, or something like that, some version of that, and probably the stuff for Elon too, the illegal stuff Elon did to get rich. You know that Elon didn't like PayPal isn't Elon's. You know that, right? Like PayPal, like there was this whole like lawsuit. Like the whole thing is like he's sort of an asshole. And like the whole point with people, and he's very narcissist. So like the whole point is that you know, if like basically if you run a company and you're like that, everybody in that company is going to start to realize that, and they're going to start to out that, and that's what started to happen. So you just start firing everybody. Remember that? Like that was the whole point. Like you just go in and fire everybody immediately, and then it's just like with Trump, where he picks people that are loyal instead of good employees. So again, you just have a bunch of people that are loyal to the person in charge instead of people that are good at their jobs. Because people that are good at their jobs would do things that would, you know, make them good at their job. You know what I mean? Like, they'd do their job and they'd be good at it. They would have just suck. So, like, you know, I'm sitting there idle, and, you know, I disconnect and reconnect the stream, and suddenly, instantly, I go from 5G 2 bars to, and no, not the stream. I'm sorry, the cell service. I disconnect and reconnect the cell service. And so, like, that's the point. That's why I'm always connected on this device. They always wanted that permanent connection so they can constantly do this to my service. That's the point. That's how I know it's literally just people internally in the company now sitting there doing illegal things on Trump's watch because he knows that, like, they know they can. Like, that's the point. Like, nobody in Trump's FBI is doing anything. Nobody in Trump's DOJ is doing anything. Like, Department of what? Like, that's Trump's administration. Department of what? So, why did I take my break? What led me to take my break? I have some red flags once in a while. And it's very obvious to me these people are trying to breach YouTubers. And you guys know I don't have a money button, even though I could. I have the prerequisite for member streams, and they still don't give it to me. Like, none of it makes any sense. And so the point is, I saw a really, 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 really big red flag that I wanted to tell you guys about right before the break. And then again, I'm not like back, but I am. We're organizing things and stuff like that. But I wanted to let you sort of kind of know what I saw because I think it's really important. Basically, I've seen this a couple of times with some other streamers too. And it's very concerning. And it happened around DDoS attacks, like conveniently around them. So they're trying to use trackers, cookies, attacks, things like that to connect the dots so they can easily data trail you. And the point is that right before I took my break, there was a certain streamer that conveniently was playing all these games that I had on my wish list, like left and right. And this is a streamer that I have mentioned on stream before. I've mentioned that I watch them. We have similar tastes. We have similar things we talk about. This person does not like Trump. This is a whale streamer. This is a very large streamer. Has several channels, streams on Twitch. This is a very, very big streamer. So the point is, I saw something where this streamer was single-handedly playing left and right all these games that I had just put on my wish list. That's really weird. That is really, really weird. And this is the what's it called? Superbunk, right? Isn't that the game, Superbunk? You know who I'm talking about. You guys know I'm talking about Moist. So I took a little break. I took a little break because I don't know what they're doing with that, and these are the things that I see where there's a line of comparisons where it's obvious somebody's following a data trail. And, it's somebody I watch, and then I get, like, way more trackers than normal, off an ad or something. I'm starting to kind of, like, connect the dots where it's like, yeah, okay, I get it now. I see what's happening here. So, I don't know what's going on with that. I certainly don't care. But the whole point is that that's a pattern, just like the other stuff that I've talked about before, where it's not conspiracy. It's like, no, I'm just seeing a pattern and I'm following it. Like, that's what I mean by that. So, saw him, there was, I think it was called Superbonk, right? That was the game. There was definitively, like, just a slew of games that he was playing that I had just added to my wish list and maybe planned on playing, but wasn't sure. And then like left and right, when he was going through his phases where he couldn't sleep and stuff like that, and he was just streaming nonstop, those were the games he was playing. And it was just like too many like weird things about that. So I got some stuff done, started organizing thoughts and what I wanted to do. But anyway, the point is, the thing with the Black Label Society video, that wasn't just there. It wasn't just that. It has happened to 365 streams, where I try to watch his streams too, and it forces close the app. Like it basically, if they know I'm watching it. So like obviously Black Label Society comes out with a new video, I'm going to watch that immediately. So the very second that dropped, they were sitting there probably like doing that constantly. And so that's why that was probably very easy for them to do. And then follow me around and do it to various other things as I was sitting there getting ads for those things and stuff like that. So that's the point. And then with the 365 stream, sometimes I'll get an ad, but a lot of times that's like if I'm in a chat or something, that's when that's going to happen. So like just like if they know you're in the stream. So the point is, these data brokers and stuff, these big companies, they have access to this information, and they're supposed to be using it to trend your stream, to help your channel. That's the point of this. The whole point of AdSense, the whole point of these trackers, these cookies, is to promote you. And they are using every promotion that I would get to hurt me instead of help me. They have sat here and orchestrated a scam to harm every single, like every positive thing that I'm supposed to get becomes a negative. That's what they have tried to sit here and weaponize. Where if you're actually good at what you're doing, it's going to help the people that don't like you, that you don't like, and it's going to hurt you. That's what it's for. And they're specifically designed it for that. So if you're, I don't know, like CoffeeZilla or something like that, and his new channel's Voidzilla, right? And you're starting to notice all these random people that just, I don't know, have your ideas, and they just create new channels, and they just keep fucking doing it. Yeah, they're not, like, it's not just the fact that it's those people, they're getting help. It's not even just that, they're getting help. It's so sad. It's so sad. So this is the point. The point is that, if you have monetization, you have trackers, you have cookies and stuff like that on YouTube, they are using this to hurt other people. I don't necessarily think Twitch plays a part in it. And most politicians, a lot of times when you mention Twitch, they're like, what the hell's that? Or something like that. So that's the point. But YouTube, yeah, YouTube's the one, they're using that. They're using it. So, we talk about a lot of politics. We talk about culture and world things. But one thing that we do talk a lot about is the fact that people don't know what's going on anymore. And there's a reason for that. Information's everywhere. You can actually find it everywhere. It's not that hard. So why is it that you don't know what's going on anymore? You get what I'm saying? Why would that be the case when it's all over the internet? You can find it. Well, the very simple answer is that they don't want you to. That's the very simple answer.
The very, very simple answer is that they don't want you to. This is orchestrated, specifically designed so that you don't. You know, you don't figure out how to do this, how to be good, how to whatever. And it is, we've talked about psychological warfare on other streams. We've talked about what other countries are doing to impact us and the depth of it. It's layered. It's super, super layered. And it's all social media. It's all internet. It's because we're all so interconnected now with that. And too many people just have, like, there's so many kids out there with access to internet, just data connections that they don't understand. And then even the parents don't understand the dangers half the time with certain things. So a lot of it's that. So it really is a lot that. And the fact that, for a long time, YouTube was being used to human traffic people. That's the point. Because that's why I say that. I rationalize there's a reason for this. Like, why would they want to know where people are? We're talking about geopositioning here. We're talking about, like, I can tell that there's been times where I'm walking around and stuff like that, and certain people are looking at my stream, like, right as I'm walking by and stuff like that. Like this is the type of stuff I'm talking about, and I've sort of kind of confirmed this actually already, where I heard the stream. So it's like, okay, well, no denying that one. So, and you see that the issue, like it still lingers. Like, it wasn't an issue, but it is. You see what I'm saying? So it's not really an issue. It's just them trying to cause that issue. And then it lingers. So, like, that's the point. All I gotta do is this. It's not even the act of flipping it to that camera. It's literally just off and on. Just like the bit rate, just like anything else they do to the stream, it's a hack. Because off and on fixes it. That's how you know that. So that, like, the point is, internet, like, disconnecting the internet from something and stuff like that fixing the problem, that means somebody's doing something malicious with that internet connection. You see what I mean? Where we ran a private stream right after the initial one where the device overheated, and the private stream didn't have overheating issues, didn't have this issue that you see here that was being caused by a content creator. Because, again, it's being caused by a content creator. I actually know who's doing this particular one. They're different people. Different people are doing different things. This particular glitch here is actually being caused by a specific content creator because he's jealous of the equipment and stuff. That's why he always sits there and he's man, he tries to, like, he used to sit there and, like, Do you ever know somebody that like, they childishly will sit there and try to pretend they're all these things? Like, they did all this stuff and they just make up stories, right? Do you ever know somebody like that? That's what this guy did.
he just every time like you did something, he did that thing too. And he was also a professional with that sort of thing too. So like there was just every time there was just always something new. So that was when I started picking up on the fact that this guy does this. He's a con artist. He sort of moves around. He fucks around with people. And you know, he's not really doing anything except conning his way into their lives and lying. And so that we know who that is, obviously, and immediately it stops. Oh wow. Doesn't stop the whole stream. Immediately it stops. Notice these things. Notice. Immediately. You know, I want you to really, really notice these things, for sure. Smooth as butter. Smooth as butter. It's unbelievable. Views look normal. Smooth as butter. It's kind of amazing how that works, isn't it? So anyway, you know, we're getting these thoughts organized. We're going to get these segments. We're going to get a few more segments here. The intelligent conversations, they're fun. I like doing those with you guys to give you guys, insight into the way I look at things, the way I pick things apart and try to just use facts and education, really. I mean, it's all stuff that I've kept up with my whole life since I've been paying attention to politics. I've mentioned this before, but I was never a huge fan of George W., but I'll admit the while back that I was a fool too, and I liked him just because of his smile and stuff like that, and I admit that. I admit that I was somebody that, you know, I was like, well, I think he's a good person and stuff like that, you know. I didn't really have a reason, you know. I just picked him. And it was after he went and destroyed Iraq for randomly no reason whatsoever. I started paying attention. I started realizing that was too big. You can't just do that and then convince me that there was a reason, even if the reason is, oh, well, we believe they have weapons of mass destruction. I don't give a shit. You know, like at a certain age, I realized it doesn't make any sense. I started paying attention because I didn't like that. And so that was what it was at a certain point, I started paying attention. And that's it. This is all just from all the years of me starting to pay attention then, changing my opinion then, knowing that right then was where I was like flat out seeing Republicans were just literally at like left and right making terrible decisions, and then flat out blaming it on the Democrats left and right too. The Democrats were doing good, like making good decisions, being successful, and then the Republicans just screw everything up and blame it on the Democrat. I just started noticing that. And so that's the whole point, is that this ticks people off. Like, they just literally don't want to be wrong. And that's what this guy's whole problem is. The whole time, this whole thing is just, this guy is wrong. He can't be wrong. He can't be seen in the wrong. It's just stupid. And I think, like, you know, the part of the problem is that it comes from these folks that didn't learn how to be parents. They just sort of fell into it, where they want always to be looked at as right because they're a dad or something like that. That's not correct. You know, you need to be able to be comfortable with saying I was wrong about this and correcting it. Because otherwise those things are going to happen, and then this is the result, where Because that's the point. You can't always be right. You can't always be perfect. You have to say, no, I was wrong about that. That's not how that works. My fault. And I accept that. It may not be easy, but that's the whole point. Is that, like, I think a lot of these people, like, that's where it comes from. People don't realize that it comes from a sort of a protective place, but then at the same time, they dig just such a deep hole with it that they're the only people they end up protecting is themselves in the end. They're just trying to protect themselves. So you have to realize that at a certain point that just attacking people to defend yourself. So that's what's been going on here, and I see it going on too on a much bigger level where, this guy's wanting to do this shit and mess around with me on this type of scale. Imagine, you get what I'm saying? Imagine the people that actually have real power and money and stuff like that. These scammers that stole from people. These scammers that are talented, unfortunately. Imagine that, So yeah, I didn't block anybody this time. It's just it's the sort of thing where with certain people I have to go that route because I don't know what's going on there. You really have to realize that there might be at various times people posing as other people, and even behind the scenes where maybe they're pretending to be this the credentials for this person or this person. You have to realize that if something looks strange to me and I think that this is gonna harm, because of everything I've seen, I know this is being weaponized to harm people, to break devices. I know this because it has. So the whole point is that, when these small time people can do this and stuff like that, just the scale of what I've seen happen, you really have to realize what the talented people could potentially plan and do to some of these folks that they don't like that might be on the platform, trying to help things and stuff like that. So you have to realize that if I just sort of kind of do nothing and sit there and let the data stay connected, that doesn't help anything. So there's times where complete separation and even pretending to be upset or angry and stuff like that sometimes is the result, because you have to play the part. You have to play the part. If you don't play the part, they're just gonna, you know what I mean? They're gonna use that. They're gonna, so just realize what I'm saying with that, where it's, I'm not gonna do that with everybody, but sometimes that has to happen where, unfortunately, for their own sake, because of what I saw, I just need to be like, well, see ya. And that's unfortunate. I don't like doing that. But it's to, obviously it's to throw them off. It's to, I just don't want anything bad to happen to what they're trying to do, especially if they're doing good, So that's all. That's the difference between those two things. Is sometimes you'll see a difference in handling things, and you just have to. It's just like anything else in life, it's moderation, I mean, you wouldn't, thinking of a good example. Like, you know, I mean, it's the sort of thing where when you own a restaurant or something like that, you know, you're not as busy, or you're more busy. You trim things down, you shut things off, you do certain things at different times to cater to the business, to what's going on in the business. You know, like that's the lack of a better example. That's the best thing I can think of at the moment. You know, just the whole point is you have to roll with the punches and deal with it as the best way you can. You know, it sucks not having business in the door, but you know, if you sit there and you keep the grills on all full blast the whole time, and just everything is on full blast, the whole full crew, you lose money, you close them shop. You know, like the whole point is, if you don't recognize those times when you have to adjust and do that, you're not going to be the one that knows how to. You are going to fall off. So anyway, the point is, anybody that appears to be on it's very easy. It's very easy. Anybody that appears to be on the platform where pretty much everything they say and do is stuff that you can kind of deduce they got from something else and doesn't really sound like them. You know, like even catchphrases and stuff like that. You know, aside from somebody like just like kind of joking around and stuff and poking fun, that's a little different. But you know, like every stream, you know, like the format's the same, and like things like this where basically like it's obvious that they take more than they put in. They take more from the platform than they put into it. You get what I'm saying? That's not a content creator. That's just somebody that's there to steal money. Steal people's ideas. That's what you have to realize. And that's what I saw nonstop when I was a streamer, and I was the smart one, with all the equipment, with all of the knowledge, and I was willing to help, and all these people were just being a certain way about it. So it got pretty bad. So it is what it is. But you know, I mean, they wanted to try to force their way in, pretending this way or that way. But you just need to realize that you're always going to see people for what they are, when again it's obvious that you you know, you take when you put in. Kirk Cantone. So again, like, this is a person like saying some sort of like personal thing in the chat and stuff like that. This is what we're talking about, where YouTube doesn't have better safety measures, and like stuff like this incredibly illegal, where this is just the same person that has been stalking and doxing. The person in chat right now is the person that's been doxing my address and stuff all over this platform. So again, like the point is that YouTube never actually removed the person permanently. They just sat here and allowed them to continue making alternate accounts. And so the point is, you know, you can't, when somebody's getting doxxed and somebody, you know, like is on a stream or something like that, and you come in the stream and you say their name, their first name instead of their streamer name, and you try to dox them and you try to be all personal and you try to tell them that you love them, you are harassing that person. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You came in here to be seen with my personal name, not my online handle. You wanted to be seen telling me something personal, and you wanted to sit here and take time away from the stream so that you were the center of attention. So we're just going to continue documenting this, that you're in here and doing that. That's all. And you know, this is a very serious matter. You can't just come in here and start typing. You know, it's just like with Moist when somebody was leaking his name and I didn't know that. You know, I had thought, because they leaked Asmon's name too and stuff like that. And I had thought they were okay with it. Asmon said he didn't care, several times actually. But that's just not the case, and you shouldn't sit here and use people's first names in chat on, again, this is doxing. It's a very serious thing. There are reasons why streamers don't use their names, and so like when you just come in chat and you type somebody's name like that, again, that is somebody's personal private information being put out there in chat. It is federally illegal. You can't dox somebody's personal private information. And again, I do not advertise my name all over this platform. So yes, the law would agree with me. That's all it is. That's literally what the law states. As long as I don't sit here and advertise it and go out of my way to put it all over, yeah. Reasonably, with respect to the law, you would, again, believe that, yeah, I'm not advertising it. It was a mistake if it got leaked by me in some obscure thing randomly forever ago or something like that you found, and now you're coming on here and typing it, yada, yada, yada. You are trying to leak that. You are trying to be seen leaking that. You are doing it on purpose. I am not drawing attention to it. You are getting blocked. And you have been doing this for a long time. You sat here and you stole my entire channel and reposted it on yours, typing my street address into the title of your videos. It's very serious. It's a very serious harassment situation. It's actually more serious than somebody following you down the road. It's actually more serious than that. Yeah, because somebody following you down the road, you can drive to a police station. This is somebody digitally following me around the internet. Everything I do. And we're gonna prove that they were following me around the whole time I was on a break too. We're gonna prove that. That, like, essentially that didn't stop. That was partially part of the break. But like, again, there's some things that I've been working on. But yeah, I mean, flat out, the Prism app is trash. They are using the obviousness of the fact that the Prism app is free. It's loaded with ads. It's fucking garbage. XSplit was trash too. Everybody thinks it's good. XSplit is a resource fucking hog, and they want to blame everything on Windows. Yes, Microsoft is trash. Windows 11 is trash. I can't even deny that. But again, when other softwares can do it, you have no excuse. So shut up. So that's where I'm at with XSplit and Prism. Both of them are trash. We've experienced that. We've seen people hack the shit out of both. And XSplit's a paid software. I saw somebody send me a fake email pretending to be an XSplit representative. So, you know, like, just the sheer number of breaches that happened just using that. So this is the point, is that they want, you know, and YouTube's enabling this by not removing these people. All they have to do is remove the people doing it because they know who's doing it. But again, they throw 50,000 subscribers at one of the content creators that's sitting here sort of doing all this, you know, that sort of thing. They would do that instead, you know. So that's the point. It's several different people doing different things to me because, again, they've been following me around and harassing me. And just like the group of people on January 6th, where all these people showed up to attack and harm people for no reason whatsoever. Now those people have been let out of jail for committing crimes, violent crimes, killing police. And they're out. They're out and about. I do believe that one of the content creators following me around is somebody that was there on January 6th. I do believe that. And I do believe that this is why he's doing all of this, because he... all he had to do was not harass people, but I do believe that he sort of has this way of accidentally falling into things because he harasses people and does these things. So like that's the point. Like he shouldn't do that, you know. Like he should just left it alone, and it would have been what it is, and we could have gone on, maybe even been friends or whatever. But like the whole point is he just wants to harass people and be seen doing it. So that's the point. Like these guys, it's just like that. They showed up to cause destruction, you know, and all that. And they showed up on January 6th to kill people, as they did. And they killed police. I think 5 police officers have died since the incident. And again, the point is, we're talking about seemingly healthy people that were always healthy, and then this guy has 2 heart attacks after being pepper sprayed, which again causes that. I looked that up. I did the research. I proved that. So, yeah, the whole point is that there's no excuse for a bunch of people, a bunch of fucking children that show up to kill some people. You just showed up to destroy stuff. And now Trump is using the military to stop people from peacefully protesting. So all these faggots showed up to destroy stuff and illegally protest, like protest not peacefully. Yet now Trump is using the military illegally to stop people from legally protesting. Like peacefully, there's walking down the street holding signs, and like it's literally this is how dumb these assholes look. They literally just look fucking stupid as shit. This guy's a fucking retard. Like that's the point. They look stupid as fuck. They just say dumb fucking retard like things, and then you know like you act all surprised when you know, when they end up in jail or something like that, and then they have to get Trump to get him out because Trump's a criminal too. He's literally only doing this because he's a fucking criminal, covering up for all the shit that he did. So, again, you sound like a fucking retard. Like you literally just say dumb fucking retarded things when you talk about Trump and you support Trump. Because there's nothing to say that he's doing that's good. Nothing. Literally nothing. Literally zero. And then you come in like a fucking retard. Oh, duh, I'm stupid and I support Trump because I'm a fucking retard. Duh. That's what you look like. And then meanwhile, he's literally just sitting here doing illegal things, taking your freedom of speech away, taking away your rights literally every single day. He's taking away more rights. Every day, it gets worse. He does unconstitutional things. Every single day, it gets worse. And then you come in here exercising that freedom, showing that you need that freedom. But again, if he takes that away, you won't be able to do that anymore. You'll be arrested for it. Yeah. You can't just say whatever you want, right? Who's going to take freedom of speech away? Well, then, okay. Well, then all that's going to happen then is if somebody goes in office or something like that starts not agreeing with that, well, then it's going to go the other way. This is why you don't want that. And if you're too stupid to realize and think that Republicans and Trump are going to win and stuff like that just because they currently are, you're dumb. You don't know what you're talking about. And you don't know the law very well. So anyway, there's a lot of illegal things going on in this country because no checks and balances exist. And this person comes in my chat to prove how fucking stupid they look. They come in the chat, just to look dumb as shit. But it's just the same person. It's just the same person that was just typing in chat with the, message about, sexual things and stuff like that, that it's the same person that comes in chat impersonating family that knows my first name and stuff like that. This is what we're talking about. Like, literally just this person wants to be seen doxing somebody. Okay. Keep being seen doing it because, again, it is illegal. Just because Trump's in office now and there's no checks and balances now doesn't mean there won't always be. So again, I am documenting all of this. This is all very documented. Very, very documented. And everybody knows who you are now. There's no question this is happening. You better be scared. And even if Trump somehow wins all this and there aren't checks and balances anymore, there is no fucking way, not even an ounce of me that thinks by any means that Trump would ever support you sitting in here doing this. It doesn't make him look good because you're just bullying people, using his name to do it. Doesn't make him look good. You literally sit here and just say stupid fucking dumb things that aren't true. This is why Trump is looking bad. Because he gets dumb fucking suggestions and makes dumb fucking decisions. Oh, let's get rid of the Iran nuclear deal. That's the worst deal. And then he gets rid of it. Now Iran is attacking everybody, making weapons and shit like that because of Donald Trump. Because Obama had that deal and it was good. So he had to get rid of it because it was Obama's. Oh, and now he says, oh, now we need a deal. Okay, so again, dumb, stupid, fucking retarded. So again, at what point is Trump ever right about anything? Ever? No tax on tips. Stupid idea. Stupid idea, and I told you that. And now after it happens, people are like, yeah, but now a little bit of time has gone by where you're kind of like, you know what? Now I'm kind of seeing why I think this was a stupid idea. Now I see what he was getting out there. Yeah, it's a fucking stupid idea. Just like all the other dumb fucking ideas this retard has that he thinks are great ideas, but they're not. Duh, no tax on tips. Oh, that's right. I can't do it. It's not real. That's not real. Oh, all right. We'll go ahead and take control of the IRS so that we can convince everybody it's real long enough. The point is, people are dumb. And they don't realize what's... Like, when he tries to do something that he can't do it. That, like, it's illegal, or just, like, how ridiculous and stupid it sounds. This is how regular... People are just foolish. And the whole point is, you should laugh at that. You should be like, haha, yeah, I was that stupid. You should laugh at that instead of so personally insulted that you would want to hate somebody, fight somebody, or think ill of somebody that's proving you wrong, using fact, telling you you're a racist piece of shit. If you want a wall on the border of Texas and Mexico because you didn't think long enough about that. You didn't remember the Berlin Wall. You didn't look at the exact mileage and see that it's way too long. These fucking thousands of miles long. You're going to build a wall this long. No, you can't do that. You have to maintain it. It's got to be so high. And now, logistically, it covers your own line of sight. So now, historically, if we talk about walls and line of sight, and you wanting to see people coming in, the whole point is to prevent people from coming in. And you're so stupid, you think this is how they're coming in. Oh, they're hopping the fence because we're fucking retards. Durr. Yeah, okay. So anyway, you actually think this. Well, now it's blocking your own line of sight. Now you have to put fucking little towers with little closings so that you have a little guy in there so that you can actually see anything. So now you have to hire people. You gotta have more shit, more this, more that. It doesn't fucking work. You're dumb. You don't know anything. You just pick red instead of blue. You just pick Trump because you're dumb. That's it. You're racist pieces of shit. That's the point. Recognize it, accept it, and move on. If you don't accept that, you're even dumber now. Because now you're doubling down on me pointing out that that is incredibly racist. Logistically, intelligently, a wall on the border of Texas and Mexico, logistically, militaristly, does not make sense. The military would agree. Generals would agree. Anybody would agree that's smart. Because remember, the Berlin Wall came the fuck down. It was dumb. Fucking hell. Nazism. And then so the point is, he has all these stupid fucking ideas he never does. Mexico's gonna pay for it. They say they're not. And he says, okay, I already knew that, but you just can't tell people that. And then everybody's like, oh, that's fake news. That's not real. Like, Jesus Christ. Man, that was the first time he was in office. So anyway, this is reality. People are dumb as shit. They don't know what's going on. They need somebody to tell them. And meanwhile, anybody that's on YouTube that's covering this stuff, that's talking about it, they're just like, oh, there was a shooting. It's terrible. Let's talk about it endlessly. What do you have to add? What are you adding to this except to sit here and have people recognize constantly, every single day, desensitized to the fact that there's shootings? We need to stop this. That should be alarming. So the point is, stop it. Yeah, the whole point is you want people to care about death anymore. Stop talking about it so much. You're desensitizing people. They don't give a shit. It's why people are swerving around on the roads and shit like that. They're literally treating people in their cars like people on the internet because they can't see them with their fucking eyes. It's literally subconscious. It's psychological. It's literally why they're doing it. Why do I know this? I'm not even a goddamn psychiatrist. Why do I know this? Why can I tell you this? This is a fact. I know this. A psychiatrist would probably agree. Yet you don't know it. I know it because I figured it out. I didn't have to be told. You would never do it if you could see the person. Well, very rare. Few people. And the ones bold enough, yeah, they're criminals. They're probably people who do that anyway. So the point is, all these people are doing it because they can't see the person. There's no accountability. And the moment that they see a cop, they stop. They slow down. They fucking act totally normal. The moment I'm recording them, they stop. They slow way the fuck down. This is the point. The point is, anytime there's a check and balance, anytime, they stop. Cold turkey. A bunch of fucking children. These are the people voting for this guy. That's the point. They're not the people calculatedly making decisions, holding up signs right now, warning you. Yeah, they might not be the smartest people on the planet either, but at least they're smarter than you. They have realized that this asshole is doing illegal things right to you. They have realized this, and you're all too fucking stupid to realize it. You're a bunch of fucking retards sitting here, enjoying it, fucking with people, screwing with people just because Donald Trump's president, so now you can just commit crimes. That's what you're doing. And police love it because it's job security. So, there you go. That's Trump's America. Crimes. And, great for ratings. He loves his ratings and his media. This is Trump. This is Donald Trump. Not togetherness, not let's have good ideas. Let's do something about Iran. Let's get the Affordable Care Act and get everybody together on this so pre-existing conditions don't happen anymore. It's not, over unprecedented job growth that Obama did, all this stuff that he inherited from Obama and Biden. None of that. No, can't do any of that, which they did. He didn't even have a fucking infrastructure bill. Guy doesn't even know what the fuck he's doing. And then you wonder why everything's so expensive? It's called a trade war. It's called insider trading. Do you know that it's incredibly illegal to announce, hey, guess what? This stock's going to go up. This stock's going to go up because I'm going to do a tariff. And then you just don't do it? The point is, you went and told people it's going to do this, it's going to do this. So the whole point is everybody that knows you're not going to do that and that you're working with and dealing with, well, that's called insider trading. Insider information. He's been doing this since his first time in office. This ain't nothing new. I told you about this shit. And you all realized it now? No, he's been doing this. This is old fucking news. This fucking guy's a criminal. He's been doing this since New York. He has so many goddamn lawsuits against him from fucking New York. Are you kidding? That's why he had to flee the state. People were after him. You're clueless. You don't know anything. You don't look this guy up. You don't fucking care. You just pick him because you're stupid. You hang on to these moments of Biden like this. And in the debate and stuff like that. You hang on to these meme moments. You don't anybody looks bad when you pause them. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I get it. Biden's fucking 80-something years old. Okay, Trump's 3 years younger. It's not much difference. Pick something else. Pick something more intelligent than the little open mouth stare that he had. Fucking hell. You're all a bunch of retards. And this is the point. None of you are smart enough or credible enough to debate. You aren't. Even Charlie Kirk was a fucking retard. He would just say untrue things all the time. And it's terrible that he died. I'm not saying it's not, but he was still a retard. He was like, oh, nobody can debate me, just like Ben Shapiro said. And he's just wrong. He just constantly pick stupid people in the audience. Like, you could just tell he would intentionally pick the morons. The very emotional people with, like, very obviously there to debate him that didn't know what they were talking about. Not intelligent people. And besides, intelligent people aren't wasting their times going to fucking Charlie Kirk. Besides, who the fuck cares? And why is he throwing these rallies for Trump when Trump can't run again? So this is the fucking point. Why? He can't run again. What the fuck's the point? Why? He's infatuated with himself. He's a narcissist. It's all about him. And meanwhile, you're all too fucking stupid to realize that this whole thing where he's pulling Kimmel off the air, he's successfully taking control of Paramount. Not okay. You're just like combining all these companies. Not okay. It's called monopolizing. It's literally the game that the game is supposed to teach you. Who wins that game? And do you have friends afterwards? The whole point is that's a game. It's supposed to teach you that. You are to learn the valuable lesson. You don't like the winner, do you? That's the goddamn lesson! The guy with the monocle, the suit, that owns the whole board, he's not your friend? You fucking bankrupt you is the point. He owns everything. So is as basic as Monopoly. You can't even see it. You don't know why I'm calling you stupid? I'm sorry, but you're stupid. It's a goddamn board game. Never mind all of the other things that we've had. They could tell you this. They could show you how this guy is doing this. Never mind all of the other things. You had Monopoly this whole time. It's that basic. What a shame that you're all so fucking stupid. And again, it's not the Democrat voters. No. No. It sure isn't. It's not the ones who are organizing peaceful protests that recognized this ever since the beginning. No. No. It's the idiots that showed up on January 6th to destroy, to chant politicians' names. Are you kidding? Or democracy. You're supposed to change things with diplomacy, not with fucking brimstone. So yeah, of course it looks like him manipulating the police, the media, to be pissed at each other. The people, the police. Yeah. That's what it looks like. So that way, it pits them against each other. So all you do is endlessly fight with each other and never blame the guy responsible. It's ridiculous. I don't know how that would be hard to see. I don't. I'm trying to rationalize anything that would make that difficult. It's not difficult. It's easy. We're educated in this country. You have to go to school. It's not hard. So yeah, y'all want to troll and y'all want to have fun trolling? Play Monopoly, man. Hate on the winner. That's the point of it. That's why I don't fucking play that game. Can't stand it. It's like opposite everything I believe in. You know, you shouldn't capitalize on what other people have worked for. You should spread it out. People deserve what they earned, you know? Doesn't make any sense. Free enterprise, that's the point. Doesn't make any sense. That's literally like the point. Donald Trump could do what he did because of that. Otherwise he wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, like, he wouldn't even be able to do what he can do. He got rich off that system. There's just too many things that Donald Trump has done, that are terrible, that people have plenty of examples that are stupid fucking things. So don't sit here and tell me that it's mean and stuff like that to call people stupid. No, it's right on. It's right on. It's right on. It's mean to not. It's mean to continue to allow them to be stupid. It's mean to not tell them you're an idiot. I think that would be mean, because you could use it. I personally think that people need to start being a lot more honest and upfront. Not for the purpose of making somebody emotional, but just so people can handle it. And it's not, this wokeism goes away. We don't sit here and talk about whether somebody can handle a definitive, you're stupid or you're not sort of thing. It shouldn't hurt your goddamn feelings. You either are or you aren't. And some people are dumb with it. I've admitted to being stupid with stuff. I don't care. Whatever. Who cares? Why does that... What? Don't allow yourself to be used that way, you know? That's the point. So anyway, there's plenty of stuff, guys. Plenty. And that's not out of left field. That should be regular. That's why I said even Jesus would be saying it. It's not meant to be mean. It's realism. Jesus wouldn't look like he did. He wouldn't sit here and talk to people the same way. He would look and act kind of like probably someone like me. Not me, but obviously somebody speaking of, about God more, I assume, and stuff like that. But the point is, he would tell people to shut up. He would have to. He would tell people you're stupid. He would have to. You're a fool, he would probably say. He would probably not necessarily say stupid. He might call you a fool or something, soften the blow. I don't know. He probably recognized that some of these words are easier to hear maybe for some people than others, but it shouldn't matter. We shouldn't. That's the point. That's part of the issue. It shouldn't. You shouldn't have this growing rage to go freak out because somebody called you stupid. Something else going on. You're parent or your uncle or your bully at school or your nasty teacher or somebody else is calling you an idiot, and it's not fair. That's what's going on. Like where I'm saying it fairly, it fits. I'm not trying to insult anybody. I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings. It's just about this. It makes sense. It's not even necessarily directed at anyone in particular. It's a general statement toward people. Like the concept of voting for Trump. That's stupid. You're stupid if you do that. You're not stupid with other stuff. And, the whole point is somebody's like going to rage out and have some tearing fit because of that. It's just ridiculous. You're not an adult. So the whole point is I can create a character too. I can sit here and get into character too. And the whole point is that like some of these streams where I exaggerate about, it's like, I don't give a shit, man. I don't care. I'm not making any money. Like, yeah, somebody's preventing me from getting to that point, and that's something they're gonna have to answer for at some point, I'm sure. But it's not something where I momentarily actually sit there and get all upset and no. Seriously, I am far more. And I used to be this way. I'm sure you guys remember, like, if you watch old streams, you'll see that. Like, it was the sort of thing where, like, I'd die a bunch of times or the game would act weird or something like that. I'd be like, oh, that sucks. Or something like that, like, it was a shitty day or something like that. Like, I just, you chalk it up to, like, well, that's pretty shitty. Or, like, just talk about it, like it doesn't, I don't care. The point is that I started picking up on the fact that other people were tricking people and getting the young generation into thinking that this is how you act, this is funny, this is the cool thing. And that's the problem I had. The problem I had was that people were portraying this as the thing, like, because you have to understand that they look up to you. They hold on to that. So if you're doing that and you're sitting on every game, you're canceling everything, you're raging out, you have to realize what you're doing to people a little bit. That's all. Especially when you got, over 100K subs or something like that. That matters. So, like, that's why, like, at a certain point we just sort of started saying, well, we're documentation, just so you guys know. At a certain point, it started dwindling to, I didn't need to, people started, I think, kind of realizing what I was doing, and I saw evidence of that a little bit. So, yeah, it is it is an interesting element to think about streaming and the concept of like competition and stuff like that. It's just interesting because you want that. It's actually a good thing, but people don't understand it anymore. Like, the whales do, and the people in the business, they probably understand it. But, like, the people coming up and, like, trying to act like they deserve it and stuff, they don't get it. And that was always the point. Like, they do not get it. They're screwing up. They're leaking passwords. They're saying they're leaking emails. They're streaming with emails on the screen for hours at a time. Stuff like that, where you don't want anything to do with those guys. You don't want to make friends with one of those guys. Imagine a whale makes a friend with one of those guys, and something like what happened to me happens to a whale. Can you imagine that? Well, it's the point. Like, they do get hacked and stuff like that, and they can't talk about it. They shouldn't, because it leaves them vulnerable, and stuff like that. So, Yeah, like, could you imagine, like, like I said, where like he very obviously sat there and did everything opposite of what you should do on a secure stream where you're trying to run a private server with somebody, not trying to have anybody join and mess with it. He just, one after another, does everything that you shouldn't do. It's like obvious to see that he's doing it on purpose, especially after you like warning him and telling him these things. So that's the point. It's trolling to the level it's not trolling anymore. It's just being malicious. It's just being an asshole. That's just an asshole. That's not a troll. The whole point of trolling is that it doesn't harm anybody. That was the whole original point, was that trolling was harmless. Like, because you could find the information, you could find out that it's not true. Now, so much disinformation, misinformation, and lies. Now that's not the case. And now, you really can... You really can mislead people. People believe, Joe Rogan podcast before they believe Google, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, because interviews are interviews, it's people talking about experiences and stuff. I'm not saying anything wrong with that. I'm just saying, like, you have to realize that, like, it means something. It doesn't necessarily mean there's anything wrong with it. It means that people are less likely now to accept information coming from an anchor, per se. Or a news article. Like, basically, they would take it more as fact if it came from somebody in an interview at Joe Rogan versus an interview with CNN, just because CNN has a bad rap because of Trump. And this shouldn't be the case. It doesn't make any sense. Like, how long have they been around? They report news. They report information. And come on. Are we really going to sit here and try to say it's all... No, it's not. How about the live feed that they're showing you from all the protests and stuff, the stuff that you see live, the reporting that you can see with your own eyes? How about that? So this is the point. Like, you just have these extreme ideas being amplified where it's not logic, it's not real logical ideas being amplified. Those ideas are being put to rest, like you see on my channel, and not being promoted. And then, the other ones, oh my, are just being amplified. The misinformation, the nonsense. Now, I don't know what it says for you guys, but I'm going to just take a little bit of evidence reference for me. We've been getting a lot of views lately that come off, that essentially, it's obvious this person is view botting, and it does cause the algorithm to get more traffic in here. So that's probably how they're doing it for their stream. But the point is, they're view botting and they're causing all these views and stuff like that. And so, like, the point is, you'll see, you see just how many views somebody can view bot with, like, just how fake it can be. Remember when we had 10,000? And then they just took them all off. So the whole point is that while we do get views, we do get legitimate views, we get a good bit, there is this nonsense going on where you see this. And that's that's where, like, it's the sort of thing where it could very well be somebody even giving me a raid, maybe, and it's legitimate, but they don't want to necessarily say anything because of what's going on with the channel, so they just raid or whatever, and nobody says anything. given the sheer number that we see, I just don't know. But I will say that, again, if those views are happening and we see that number, there shouldn't be any reason why they get removed after. So that's what we've been talking about, where if these are happening and it's happening for other people and they're recording it legitimately for other people, this is where you could see that it does, in fact, come off for me. Yeah. So you can clearly see that other people might count those views. Well, it is clearly coming off for me. They are not counting those for me, that's for sure. Because, as you all know, there is still an Elden Ring stream, that most recent one. It still has more likes than views. So that was a sloppy example. That was an example of them being sloppy, where they didn't remove enough. Like, you can clearly see, like, something can't have more like, you know what I mean? Like, how? How did more people come in and like the stream than watching it? You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't, it implies that you could somehow like the stream without watching it, and you just can't do that. And the like button is in the stream. So, yeah, it should be less, or the same amount, not more. So yeah, that's what's been going on, and you know, we're having a lot of problems with the fact that Prism is trash, YouTube is trash. Like, there's all these apps that are garbage. They're all garbage. Prism is garbage, YouTube is garbage, OBS is slowly becoming garbage. And OBS wasn't garbage. It wasn't. It was great for a while. And so it's all backwards updating, just like I said, where I had a series of Windows updates, where I did the Windows updates. Windows 11, you know, updated all these updates through my virus software. Then, right after doing all these updates, Windows 11 then does the same updates again, except backwards updating, because it does the previous one. It doesn't really do the same one again as the previous one again. And so, like, it takes it back right after my virus software picked up on the fact that it wasn't updated. So that way it could adjust and take it back again. So, like, not recognizing that that's data brokers, that's Microsoft, that's happening at a top company level. Not recognizing that, that's foolish, in my opinion. You need to recognize that that's who's doing that. That it's data brokers. It's the big companies. They are using those maliciously because there's no checks and balances in a Trump administration. That's what they're doing. And that's why it happened a little bit a while back, too, and then got a little bit better because Biden was in office for a while. He had people in those positions doing their jobs. Trump does not. You know, Pete Hegseth does not do anything. He just doesn't. He calls military all together in one room so he can schedule this media thing to make it look like he does things, all while demanding that they're too fat and that they need to shave, and like things he could have said in an email. It was a publicity stunt. And a dangerous one, too. So this is the point. Like, checks and balances happen under Democrats because they hire people to do the jobs and aren't fucking criminals. Because the point is, the criminals don't want checks and balances. They don't. Obviously, they're doing illegal shit, so... it's all insider trading. It's all stealing money. They're just getting really rich. And they're going to hog all the money so that way there's no money left. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to basically do what some of these other countries do, like Al Qaeda and stuff, where they steal all the wealth and then run away with it. That's what they did. That's what they did. And then like they're masquerading as like godly people and stuff. They're just lying because they stole the wealth. So they're just trying to use some excuse like, oh, it's, you're going to have some enlightenment, just dirkity, Muhammad Jihad, no, go fuck yourself. It's literally just to blow people up and anti-American sentiments and stupid shit like that. It's literally all it is. It's literally all it is. Probably gonna heat up my sandwich because I didn't finish it. No, I'm still hungry. I was just talking. It can heat. Actually, this one heats up pretty well. Pretty good stuff. But there's no reason to not call these people stupid anymore. There's none. They're dumb. They're stupid people. And they have started becoming stupid with regular things in life, too. I mean, because like they're resisting fact and information to back Trump up. So the point is, their logic and reasoning is gone. I personally don't think they deserve driver's licenses. I personally just think that a lot of them should lose their license, their driver's license. Because the logic and reasoning is out the window. They cannot drive down the road at a reasonable speed because they just don't have that logic and reason. That's the point. They don't understand why they should, like, why swerving around and pressuring somebody to drive faster is not a good idea. Again, it has nothing to do with the fact that you have the right to do it and you can do it. It's nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with it. It has everything to do with the fact that you endanger your life, you endanger the lives of the person in the car, everybody around them, and any house that you're passing by. It has everything to do with that. Because 1 second that you're doing that again, that speed limit was decided upon by all these people that survey the road. They do it all the time. They decide these limits. They look at the bends, the condition of the road, everything. And you're saying that you know better than those people, than all that data that they sit there with their cameras all day long and watch traffic. You know better than them every second of every day that you're swerving around behind somebody and you're this far from somebody's bumper and you're trying to pressure them to drive faster. And it's always a Trump voter. I never see anybody that's a Democrat or something doing something. Like, literally never. Never. Because it's always some giant-ass fucking truck that goes flying past me with a Trump sticker on it. It's always what it is. And it's always a car they can't afford. It's always Trump trucks are expensive. It's always something they can't afford that guzzles too much gas that they don't need. Like, basically people that don't know how to do anything in life vote for this guy. They're the most desperate people on the planet. Because they're stupid. They don't know what's going on. They think Trump's going to fix it, and he makes it worse. And it gets better when a Democrat comes in office, so they think that's Trump. Like, that's the point. The Democrat comes in and starts fixing things, and it's just like, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. Like, a lot of that has to do with just, like, the fact that the Democrat comes in and actually passes an infrastructure bill. Trump doesn't do that. Infrastructure is what, like, the day-to-day stuff that you should notice. Trump's just signing executive orders because, he's a king and all. He's misusing power. Executive orders are not supposed to just be regular fucking things. He's misusing power. And all it's going to end up doing is probably end up taking power away from the president. And it's not a good thing. It's not. So, this is the point. Donald Trump just constantly does wrong things, wrong things, wrong things. Then, once he's wrong enough, he tries to sort of kind of do the thing the Democrats did that he got rid of. But it's lesser now because the Republicans are idiots and don't want to do all that stuff. So it's lesser now. That's what Trump does. Now, they almost passed healthcare again while ripping pre-existing conditions out again. They almost did that several times. So I think it was like over 50 times, I think, they tried to do that. To take pre-existing conditions from you. What would that do? What's the purpose? Ask yourself that. What is the purpose? If your Republicans in the government are there to help you, why, oh why, would they take away something that helps you? Pre-existing conditions, this is something that you want. Nobody would ever want that. You're like, that's the thing where, like, insurance companies were hiring people to, like, research your life to find some little fucking procedure you had or some little goddamn medicine you took back in fucking 1992 that has links to cancer or something like that. Now they're not going to let you have this cancer treatment because you had this medicine back in 1992 that's linked to cancer. So that's pre-existing condition. That's what they were doing for a long, long time. That's what the insurance companies were doing to you. To our parents. That's what they tried to do. That's what they keep trying to do. That's pre-existing conditions. That's what you don't want to come back. That is so dangerous. This is why we say people are going to die. People are going to lose their health care. Because they are. They are. You don't think about it because it doesn't happen to you. You don't see it, so you make fun of it. You brush it aside. Look it up. I mean, what do you think? An entire family is just making up that somebody in their family died because of this, because they lost their health care? What the fuck? Will you think the hospital's in on it too? Are you stupid? Did you visit the grave? Did you go to the... Are you dumb? Are you this dumb? Because you must be. That's the point. That's how dumb this fucking shit sounds. Like, people really are dying. Like, the Democrats aren't trying to oversell this. Like, it really is happening. People die all the time because Republicans fuck them in the ass. Just as South Park tries to tell you. Oh, and then conveniently Trump wants to sue them. Imagine that. Why does Trump want to sue them if what they said isn't true? Why would it matter if it's just a joke? That's the point. It's not just a joke. It's true. It's unbelievable, but it's true. And daily, I watch these congressional meetings with irresponsible Republicans that have been sitting there for fucking 50 years. Mitch McConnell and shit like that. That guy's a disgusting piece of shit. And that's the guy that's like treason. That's the guy that like held up his hand, swearing under oath that he would be an impartial juror. And then right after doing that, he walks away and says to the media, "I will not be an impartial juror, I can promise you that." When talking about when ruling on the Trump removal from office, when they were impeaching Trump. Yeah, he swore under oath that he wouldn't do that. They essentially would be, like that's the point. They can't be partial. They can't have opinions. They can't do that. And he swore under oath. And then right after swearing under oath, I will not be an impartial juror. I promise you that. He literally stated it. He admitted to treason. He betrayed the country. He had a biased opinion while ruling on whether to remove Donald Trump, the president of the United States, from office. He had a biased opinion. He admitted to having a biased opinion when ruling on the removal of the president of the United States from office. That is the seriousness of what we're talking about the Republicans. And that was Mitch McConnell. That fucking frog, Mitch McConnell. That disgusting fucking frog, Mitch McConnell. I say that because he looks like a goddamn frog. And I just think about how many like him still exist that are Republicans. There's just nobody left that was like McCain, that was actually conservative, was actually there for Christian conservative values. None of them. Fuck is so Christian about being rich, super rich. Literally, the book of Job is literally about how you're not supposed to be. It's literally about that. Read your Bibles, man. Y'all say you're clay to be Christian, but for the most unchristian man in history. Guy's a fucking retard that tear gases people just so that he can stand in front of a church to pose with a Bible while the church is closed. And he knows that if he posts that picture right when he does, he knows that that makes him look super Christian, so he had to get that picture. You don't understand the way he thinks. You really don't. You don't get how evil and disgusting. That's the point. Could have just not gotten the picture taken on a different day, any other time. But, he had to do that right when there was protests, and the Secret Service knew that if he was going to do that, they were going to have to tear gas people, and he didn't. Yeah, this is the point. The amount of times, because that story is very condemning to him, so the amount of times people that vote for him sit here and change the facts of that story. It's just like the Hillary emails thing. Nobody knows the facts of that. They just say Hillary emails and immediate hate. Immediately everybody's like, oh yeah, that's right, lock her up. Oh man. They don't know any of the details. Literally, she did nothing wrong. She was ordered to do it. She didn't do anything illegal. All she did was had a private server set up, which she was ordered to do. Period, end of discussion. That's it. She was grilled. She was interrogated. Yep. That's it. That's the details. That's the big shocker. She didn't do anything. Wow. Imagine that. Everybody just hates Hillary Clinton. Well, because she announced she was running for president fucking forever ago, so the goddamn corrupt Republicans have been sitting here playing damage control ever since she did that. So she's just been sitting here, oh, Hillary this, Hillary that. Meanwhile, her and Bill were single-handedly some of the greatest things to ever happen to this country because they balanced the budget. Bill Clinton actually balanced the budget. Actually balanced the budget. We had a surplus when he left office. We didn't have a deficit. When he left office, we had a surplus. We had no debt. We had a surplus. We were positive when Bill Clinton left office. You want that again? You know they're all the same age, right? Like, all of them, they're all like the same age. Bill Clinton is like now the age that they are, basically. Do you realize that's how old Biden and Trump are? Like, these guys are fucking old. And, you didn't want Kamala. You didn't want Hillary. Oh, okay. You didn't want Buttigieg. Oh, okay. You didn't want Bernie. Oh, okay. And I think it's funny how Bernie's, like, old, too. But he's, like, sharp as a tack. It's a shame we have such good leadership and you all just pick the stupid fucking man. Destroying everything. Hillary did not do that. I don't know what that means. Hillary had a private server that she had set up. That she was ordered to have set up. Period. End of discussion. It was an order. It was part of the thing she was doing. It's private. I mean, like, if you work for certain state departments and stuff like that, and you want to have fucking safe means of communication, you have a private email server. You don't fucking store that shit on Google, or you... You know what I mean? Like people are dumb. They don't understand that stuff's top secret and you can't just... Oh, it was in her house, though. Yeah, and I promise you, if I were the enemy, I would have never in a million years thought that she would have had it at her house. Never. That's the point. That was super smart. Super smart. It's the last place they would have sued. Very last place, I promise you. That is exactly the very last place. That's like the ultimate bluff. That's how badass she was, actually. Because that's like the ultimate bluff. It is. That's literally what she did there. That is like when you sit there and everybody's like folding. You know, you're at a poker table, everybody around you, you don't got shit. But you just made 4 people fold off of your absurd bluff that you're selling to everybody, and now you're just beeline staring at this guy. You got nothing. You know it. But you're like, are you really sure you want to do this? And you're doubling down, you're raising, and eventually he folds too, and you go, ha ha ha, suckers. That's what she did. She had the best fucking poker hand ever. That's all. And Trump knew that. He wanted to ruin that. Everybody wanted to ruin that. Just like Obama with the birth certificate. He knew. How badass she was. Do you know something? You know too much about these things. I mean, that's just public information. You can look that shit up. again, I've been paying attention. Nobody else was. So, Trump's playing cleanup and removing this shit. Meanwhile, I just remember it because, again, I've been paying attention. All you all have to do is continue paying attention too, but no, Hillary Clinton, nothing. Like, completely. If anything, somewhat scandal-free record. That whole email thing was a stretch. They're just grasping at straws. It's the truth. All just bullshit to get people to hate her. So anyway, we got some stuff to get to. But let me give you guys an update and talk about this a little bit and give you my normal little food vlog here. But just level with you a little bit about some things so we can sort of proceed forward, But yeah, I mean, politics-wise, we're gonna get things a little more organized. The intelligent conversation and stuff like that. We're not always gonna talk about Trump. It's just that's most prevalent. It's not always gonna be Trump. It really won't. It will be sometimes Russia. It will sometimes be, Middle East. It'll like, that's the whole point. We gotta talk about that stuff because people aren't educated. Just not. And it's not that hard. I thought it was too. It's because I spent so much of my time while in education thinking it was hard, not wanting, like, you know what I mean? Like, I had that resistance to it. Like, I cringed at it. I didn't want to do it. It was just like, you remember another date, another name. It's so annoying. I don't look at it like that anymore. It's easier than that now. Hey, Troll Slayer. It's easier than that now. But yeah, the point is that they're using the cell towers to disrupt and stuff like that. And quite frankly, because that's the company that'll play ball with them. So you get what I'm saying. YouTube's playing ball. And they know they are. That's why all the reports didn't matter. You know what I'm saying? That's why. So, there's just a lot of these companies playing ball right now with the concept of kind of lawlessness and no checks and balances and stuff. I fear for the springback. I fear for the wokeness, essentially, that happened. Like, the whole point is, don't let that dictate what you do next. Don't let that be a springboard for you to double down and piss people off more. Don't do that. Just go back to what you know works. Please, for the love of God. Don't do your stupid... Just don't do it. Because that's the problem. If you do that, the moment you do that, every person that uses that to blame it on the Democrats and say, see? What? They They just want to control you and stuff like that. They're going to say it. They're going to do it. It's just about regulating the criminals. It's just about stopping the stuff from happening. That's all it is. You don't regulate with the times, this is what happens. It gets ahead of you. So, it's just about keeping up on the like I said, all those data brokers and stuff like those. I've seen too much. Like, I already know now. I've seen too much where it's too many. You know what I mean? Like, they're spreading my data around. They're trying to get this to happen. Oh, and they did. And they're probably doing it to you, too. So, that's the point. They're not being responsible. It's sad when we have all these bands that write these songs, put it in lyrics, warn us it's happening, and it still happens. It's sad. Yeah, because now people will deny that, and they'll just not listen to that band and say it's liberal or woke or something like that. It's like, wow, you're really going to do that? When it's obvious that none of that was even a thing yet, and they're just warning us. You're really going to do that? I still really think that one of the most prevalent song lyrics, for those who, get inspired by music and stuff like that. I think one of the most prevalent song lyrics to today, to what's happening right now, is actually a sarcastic quote. And the quote goes, thank God for the media for saving the day, for putting it to perspective in a responsible way. And that's from The Offspring. That's a song from The Offspring. Song called Stuff Is Messed Up. Now it's not, it's really called, expletives in it, but it's called Stuff Is Messed Up if you want to actually look it up. That's what you type. But it was warning us quite accurately. And this was when Bush was president. It was warning us. So we had all that time during Obama to fix things. And then the polar opposite happened, where we very blatantly just had a bunch of racist people that didn't like the fact that a black man was president. So it's obvious, because he was successful. He helped the country. Unprecedented job growth. And then just polar opposite. It's obvious. Obama knows it too. I'm not going to speak for him, but he sort of kind of said it. He has a book, You should go read it. I don't want to, take anything from his book, but it's pretty obvious. There's a right in the beginning of his book, he sort of indicated that he left office knowing that the person coming in was complete opposite of everything he stood for. So, that's saying something. And that matters. He backed Hillary. And he really did great things. The point is, endlessly Trump trying to take credit for everything Obama did. So if you can't take credit for it, he gets rid of it. Oh, now he just makes up conspiracies. And tries to brand him a criminal because Trump knows that he's actually the criminal. So, you know, like, it's just, it gets more and more extreme the more they dig themselves a hole. I need a drink. Oh, I need a drink. I need to, like, get up. So, let me tell you a little something here. Oh my gosh. As much as I like Ford, I will tell you something. I am extremely disappointed in their electronic systems. And I'll tell you why. Let me get inside here. It's just... And I'm not trying to diss Ford or anything. I'm trying to help. Like, the whole point is to help, guys. Otherwise, I just shit on them like everybody else does. So, you know, like, if you... let me ask you something. If you have a system that's supposed to work a certain way, you know, like a electronic computer system for your car, yada yada yada, that sort of thing, and then, you know, it's the sort of thing where, like, oh, I don't know, just all these random things make it go haywire. It's a trash system, man. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be, like, shitting on... I love Fords, man. I obviously love Fords. I love fucking Mustangs. I love Ford trucks. I love the Ford Raptor. I love the fucking Ford GT, famous car. I love it. I love Ford. I do. Nothing against them. Nothing. But you have an absolutely fucking garbage system. Absolutely, completely trash, garbage system. If a wheel sensor, a fucking wheel sensor, one wheel sensor being, oh, I don't know, like dirt or something like that, just something stupid. And that one wheel sensor makes that system turn on and off, fucking radar on a four-wheel drive, the fucking traction control, beep beep, all this shit because of wheel sensors. You got a problem, man. You got a real fucking, like, you seriously have a trash, garbage system. And then, again, I love Fords. I'm not trying to be rude. But, you know, that's garbage, man. It is. It's a garbage fucking trash system, and you gotta fix it. Gotta. Why is it that, you know,
that thing, oh, I don't know, just randomly reboots itself sometimes when I'm driving down the road. Not all the time, just sometimes. You know, just the nav and everything, just driving down the road, it'll just randomly turn off and turn on again. It's just, you know. So again, the point is, I need a place to be able to validly complain about things, because that's what content creators do. That's what a voice is oftentimes. It looks like somebody noticing something and calling it out and having some valid criticisms. Okay? That's what it looks like when I do it. And it's valid. Okay? Just as valid as, you know, when I fucking go to Walmart and, you know, 2 employees can't even fucking speak English, and the 3rd employee wearing a fucking thing in her ear can't even direct me to a manager and won't get a manager for me. Literally tells me she won't get a manager for me. Literally tells me that. You know what I mean? Like, it's as dumb as when you call a store back that calls you multiple times about a job interview, and the same fucking store has a phone number. It's a huge company. They got stores everywhere, and they have a phone number that you're supposed to be able to call, and you call that phone number, and that number just rings out non-stop, and nobody ever picks up the phone. That's garbage. That's trash. You need somebody to get on the internet immediately, hold all of those people accountable at that. There's like fucking hundreds of people working at that store, and not a single person is answering the phone? And you just called me for an interview. And you want to know why I'm not calling you back? Because you're not answering the fucking phone. Jesus Christ! That's a problem! And this has been going on for 20 years. I talked about this before, where this was a regular issue, where I would call Walmart, I'd have an issue, and I'd want to talk to somebody, but the phone would just ring out, and I couldn't even get anybody on the phone. I had to go to the store, and then I go to the store, and they're stupid. Yeah. That's a problem. And it's a big-ass company. Kind of like McDonald's, where I deserve the right to say whatever the fuck I want about the fact that several people from McDonald's are harassing me regularly, and we're going to prove this eventually. But basically, yeah, obviously it leaked out. Obviously it leaked out that I used to work at McDonald's. I was harassed a lot when I worked there. I worked very hard, got paid very little for doing my job, and that's why I left. And I left making quite literally double what I made as a manager after 5 years. And I did not take a management position leaving there. Yet I left there taking a hourly position that was fucking double the pay. Yep. And I worked my ass off to get harassed every day. So yeah, I deserve the right to talk about that disgusting piece of shit company that we all call McDonald's, that's mass producing the cess fucking pool of garbage that we call McDoubles and cheeseburgers at McDonald's. That stuff is disgusting, and very consistently is not cooked properly, and will kill you. It will. However, if cooked hot and fresh every time, and you actually get it that way every time, it's not really that unhealthy. Problem is, you're never getting it like that. So, McDonald's very consistently, very, very consistently, sells you a product that the nutrition information is inaccurate. They cannot promise fast food, and they sure as hell cannot promise anything that the Board of Health has laid out for them. They bend over backwards trying to do that Board of Health shit, and they just can't do it because they try to do too much fucking shit and try to make too much money off people. And they can't keep up with it. And so all these employees are always scrambling around, working their goddamn asses off every second of every day because McDonald's wants to add drinks. Yep, they gotta have coffee drinks and fucking ice cream and all this fucking shit. That's why. Because the employees are not paid for what they do. You're a barista. If you work at McDonald's, you are a barista. You're a fucking kitchen operator. You're a restaurant operator. That's what you are. You have to learn everything. You have to slip in and out and flex easily. And it's not easy. And people scream at you. You get paid $11 an hour after 5 fucking years. That deserves to be called out. So yeah, this is my message. This is why I'm on here. Because, again, they know that they've been harassing me and that they've been, behind the scenes subtly threatening. Okay? So, you know what? They can go fuck themselves. And I'll show up in person, individually, at both stores that this is happening from, to flick them off. And say, have the courage to fight your own battles in person, asshole. Because I know who you are, and I know that you're from that store, and I know that you've been coming in this chat, and I know that you're the stalker. One of them, anyway. So, that needs to stop, because I know who you are. But I will say that, again, McDonald's very consistently employs a lot of people that they do not treat properly. They lift people up, that they promote people that harass people, and they constantly berate and put people down that are good employees, because the point is you could take advantage of that. The people that have been there too long, just like the Republicans in government, could take advantage of the people that actually do their jobs, so that way they don't have to do anything. Because the same stupid fucking lady that was there for decades, that's probably still there, that did this, that treated people like shit, that made light of suicide, that literally, when she had a new employee in front of her, said, "Get this bitch away from me before I slit my wrists." She actually said this on the clock, and this stupid lady isn't fired. She could literally just sit here and lie and say that I didn't do this and didn't do that, and the dumbass GM would actually believe her instead of looking at it. And so that's the point. She would just lie. Anything that happened where we were waiting on meat or something like that, it wasn't a conjoined effort. It wasn't the team, we just need to move on and get the next order. She'd be like, why? Why am I holding? And then just get really over. And again, she's the same manager as me. And just every day berating and, making everybody personally feel responsible for their, the things that they did wrong and stuff like that. So basically, that's what happened. And this lady still works at, they promote this behavior. This dumb fucking lady still works at McDonald's, and she is allowed to talk to people this way and allowed to be a manager and speak to people this way. And her own son, who is not a manager, that works under her, works at the same location. He's been there for I don't know how long. He calls women bitches on the clock, and he insults them, and he literally sits here and I've seen him do unsanitary things. He's just gross. He doesn't shower. It's the sort of thing where every day everybody was putting 110%, and then those two people would suck it dry. Every mistake that would happen would be somebody else's fault, and they would put you on full blast. And so the point is, it's not just happening here. It's happening everywhere. because I went to a management class in Philadelphia. They shipped me to Philadelphia because the whole point is that after several years there, the district manager recognized some talents and wanted me to help open a new store. So he asked me, and I asked him for a raise, and he said, okay. So I was moved to a new store. And again, the whole point was that I was helping them open, and they sent me to yada, yada, yada. I got management classes. But the whole point was that I wanted to tell these corporate people that this very serious situation was going on. And I warned them. I did tell them. I even pulled them aside after the fact and said, no, I really want you to understand that this isn't something I can just go to my district manager about because I already have. This is a very serious issue. And I was asking him to do something about it, and he laughed. He's kind of just laughing it off. The guy's an asshole. Literally just an asshole. Posing as a McDonald's employee. He doesn't represent the company. Yeah, because that guy should be fired. He didn't do anything. He's a piece of shit. He heard there was a problem and tried not to do anything about it. That's a fucking piece of garbage. That's why it's happening. That guy. He should be fired. Yep. So if there's a really tall, big, bald black guy that teaches management classes at the corporate facility in Philadelphia, that's who I'm talking about. I told that guy it was happening. I told him it was happening. He laughed at me. At me. No, not with me, at me. He laughed at me. Asked me, he's like, oh, well, you should probably tell your district manager about that. This was the reaction. This fucking piece of shit. Yeah. Yep. That's corporate. So that's why I don't give a flying fuck about McDonald's. They can go fuck themselves. And they think oh, no. Trust me. They can go fuck themselves. The amount of things that I know that went on, whew, nah. There's so many things that go on. Oh yeah, just too many things that go on. And that's the point. And now they have a lot less to do, so there's no excuse. Now you wait for food. Why the fuck are you waiting? Because they don't even have to stand at the front counter and take orders anymore, because people are giving orders at the kiosks now. There is no real person taking an order inside anymore. So now there's even less excuse. I worked at a Walmart where every single day they did something against OSHA violation. Just so that you know, if you work for some companies and you violate OSHA, you're fired on the spot. So it's a very serious thing where regularly I'm allowed to violate OSHA. I'm being actually asked to. And you have to realize OSHA is for your safety. It's a safety organization. It's to protect you, protect workers. So the whole point is, every day I'm being asked to unload a truck where, again, you're not really supposed to walk under this this storage where they call it steel usually, but it's just giant shelving that holds pallets. And the whole point is this stuff that you could hit your head. You need a hard hat is the point. It's a low hang. So the whole point is you could hit your head and fall on concrete. And every single day the truck unload process is this. You are to unload boxes. Oh, also you step directly onto pallets. They lay pallets directly on the floor and tell you need to stand on them. And you're to walk on top of these while bending over, walking under the steel, already violating an OSHA violation, to walk on top of a pallet that could be breaking, shifting around, and if your foot goes through it, it's going to break your foot. cut you, a nail could go into your foot, you'd fall over, hit your head, that sort of thing. Meanwhile, this is a regular, everyday thing. Every day, for years, I was doing this. Unloading trucks, unsafely walking on the pallet. So this is just what I recognize, just generally speaking. These companies teach you about these regulations. They have all these videos for this, and then every single day after learning these videos, we violate them. We violate all these policies. That's what these companies do. And nobody does their job. And then the managers sit in there and they just violate them themselves. I worked at that other store I went to. The problem with that other store then was that they gave the GM position to somebody that was not ready for it. It was a young lady that was even younger than me, and she was just very immature. She was constantly talking about people with this other employee that wasn't even a manager. And then conveniently, as I start reporting her for this stuff, talking about people and texting and having friends off the clock, she was friends with this person. She would hang out with this person. They weren't even a manager. And then meanwhile, while I was reporting this, conveniently, then she promoted this person to manager. All as I was reporting this, all as I was sitting, I was, and then she said, she actually confronted me and said, "Did you report me?" She's like, "Did you report me?" It's none of your fucking business if I reported you. Get the fuck out of my face and do your job, you stupid cunt. It's none of your business. Yeah, that's the point. And this is the same stupid bitch that right when we first opened, she was all jealous that I was running the floor up front, and the people, the district managers wanted me running the floor, recognized that I was high energy and she wasn't. So she was in the kitchen and she was running the kitchen. The point is the GM can be anywhere running anything. So she just felt all upset about this. And this is the same stupid bitch that got all red in the face and screamed at me just because she couldn't handle the fact that I needed a McDouble and she wasn't answering me. Stupid fucking bitch. So basically, what you need to realize is that this is people. This is modern society. This is what people do. They go to their jobs and expect not to do them. Expect to be able to get away with fucking around. Even general managers, apparently. And meanwhile, I can't do that because I'm the lowly employee that, again, the very second that I do that, you're going to say something right away. So, who the fuck, you tell me who the fuck is actually doing nothing, stupid bitch. All those insults you typed into that. She would sit there and use the manager communication device in the computer to type insults about other managers. I had to literally type a message in the communication thing that the communicator to leave messages for people was not to insult people, but was to be used to communicate to other shifts. I had to instruct her. I had to actually leave instructions. Like a teacher to a fucking child that did something wrong. I will not write on the wall. You have to stand there in detention and like Bart Simpson writing the shit that he did on the board 8 million times. Like, this is her. This is what she didn't have. She never had detention. She's a pretty, short, young female. Everybody was always nice to her. That's the problem. So she's a bitch. She has a kid now, too. Fucking disaster. That's disaster. So this is the point. And these people are awful people. They really are. They're just terrible people. And they just go to work all day and learn how to be terrible people. And then they come home and be terrible people to everybody else. And the cycle repeats itself. So that's what's really going on. And, you know, I tried to warn you all, like, my thing is, like, I know it sounds this way, like a certain way, but it's with this notion that the notion that I have experience in the workforce and I've experienced all this, that I use that experience to deduce that's what's happening on this platform too. Like, you have to realize that, like, you have to realize that, like, mods and people that work for other channels, they're employees. You know, like that's their point. They're stealing ideas. They're going around watching people. They're the ones that they can't help with, oh, it's such a good idea, I'm going to steal it. And then so they do, but really it came from somebody else, and maybe the channel creator kind of doesn't necessarily like that. And so they try to hide it and stuff. And so, like, this is the point, is it's not typically looked at like that. Usually you just, everybody sort of starts doing this thing, and it trends, and so everybody does that thing, you know. But the whole point is that now there's this whole toxic thing where if you have a niche, people want to steal your niche. Because the niche is what keeps you from dying. So that's the point. If you have a niche, they just steal it. And that's what's been happening, and that's not good. That's like when, you know, Burger King flat out stole, like, obviously, like, sat there and made their fries more like McDonald's. You know what I mean? Like, remember when they were like crinkle and they were, I thought they were pretty good, but then they just overnight, remember, they just, one day, just suddenly, they're McDonald's fries. It's like that. It's like that. And now McDonald's is doing it too. They're like, oh, well, we gotta get coffee drinks. Everybody's going to fucking Starbucks and Sheetz, and so we gotta get coffee. No, damn it, stop it. They're just trying to capitalize on what somebody else did. That's the problem. They could do it in Japan where it's far more popular, and those people are more disciplined and probably get paid more. I don't know. But it makes more sense, or even in cities and stuff like that. But you just can't make it work. You flat out, it's broken. It doesn't work. You can't do it. They're disgusting blenders that they blend those things in. You know, they're supposed to turn them upside down in a little sprayer that sprays it off and stuff like that. You know, it never works. Like, those things always break. I've seen a brand new one of those machines. Brand spanking new. And that thing doesn't work. They can't get it right. They literally can't get it right. And everybody on the store level, the GM, the retards on the store level, they don't report it. They don't care. They just go, oh, yeah, we haven't seen that a million times. The point is, I would do something. As that GM, I would contact the company and put out a fucking ticket. Meanwhile, this lazy, dumbass, stupid GM just, she can't wait till she can slip out for her cigarette break. Fuck, man. That's the problem. There's no real work being done. She's just counting the hours till she can have her cigarette. Jesus Christ. Now, meanwhile, I'd work my ass off. I'd sit there and have, like, bare bones shifts. People call out and shit like that. I made it work. I'm running around like crazy. Oh, no, she loses her cool. She flips out the moment it gets busy. That's the problem. That was always the problem. She would flip out. She'd get all red in the face, screaming at people. Stupid fucking bitch. And, well, she's a Trump voter. Both of these people that were like this that I mentioned are Trump voters. And most of the people that are like this that I talk about, they're Trump voters. I generally don't have problems with people that vote Democratic. The problem is the behavioral issue. They are not fixing their behavior to give a shit about the way they treat other people. Flat out, this lady, this stupid bitch lady at this store that treated everybody like shit. She's a retired store manager and she's just working there and she's treating everybody like shit. Same level of management as me. She makes light of suicide on the clock with a new employee. This stupid bitch. She's got a 40-year-old son working on the kitchen line under her. And this guy, literally, no lie, I can't ever point out anything she does wrong. The moment I point out anything she does wrong and I call her on her faults, it's not her fault. Oh, no, that's not my fault. Exactly like that. That tone, exactly like that. Meanwhile, she was wrong all the time. Stupid. Literally just wrong. Make dumb mistakes. All the fucking time. Every single day. And meanwhile, her own son is an asshole. He's treating people like shit. He makes mistakes. Hands out wrong sandwiches. Doesn't make sandwiches. Blames it on the other side. And then meanwhile, he can never be wrong. Because it's embarrassing. Then the moment that you call her out on anything, the very second that you call her out on anything, she resists it. She doesn't listen. She interrupts you. She doesn't want to hear it. Him, however, her son, I literally stood there and watched him call her a fat bitch. I'm not even making that up. I stood there and watched him call her a fat bitch and tell her to shut up. On the clock. And she did it. She didn't backtalk, she just did it. What the fuck? What the fuck? I should sue that entire organization for favoritism. Because every day the dynamic going on there is them. They caused the problems. It's nobody else, it's just them. It's because that stupid fucking bitch works every morning and she's bad. There are plenty of people that can do that job just fine. She is terrible at it. Terrible. She is good at one thing. She is good at making everybody feel like shit, so they work really fast. And then they make mistakes that, she'll make them feel like shit for. But as long as the customer's happy, stupid fucking bitch. So yeah, you want to know where all of my directed issues with corporate America come from? McDonald's. And that disgusting company. and what they do to their employees. Because trust me, McDonald's has a history of lying. History of covering things up. And a history of trying to make it seem like they thought of something first. And then the competitor stole it. This is what they train you. They actually teach you that. They badmouth Burger King in their management teachings. They do this. They badmouth competitor. They badmouth Burger King. This is what they do. McDonald's is a disgusting company that gives inedible slop to people for, not very cheap prices. I mean, that shit's expensive. Fast food ain't cheap anymore, and it's not even fast anymore. They can't deliver that promise. I've been to one McDonald's in the past 6 months. One time that got my food right. And I've probably been a dozen times. And every time I went, I couldn't eat the food. It was so disgusting. Like I was trying to eat it, and it was just disgusting. It tasted bad. It was old. Flat out disgusting. So next time it happens, I'm not going to think twice. I'm just going to report them to the Board of Health. And I'm going to start doing that. Because that's what I should have done a long time ago when I was served raw chicken several times. Yeah, that's all I'm going to do. I'm just going to report it to the Board of Health. And I'll tell them about all of my experiences working at the establishment and the things that I saw go on that should not have been going on. And then they'll know. That's the point. That's why they do this. And that's why they threaten people. That's why they don't want people wearing... Anybody that works at McDonald's, they know that they'll hold your check. They will literally do illegal... They can't do that, by the way. They can't hold your check. They have to pay you. They will steal your check and take it out of your check and do all kinds of stuff if they think that you didn't turn in a uniform. Even though you paid for it. You buy those uniforms. You literally pay money for them. They don't provide them. You have to buy them. Yeah. And then they'll take them back and actually steal your money. Yeah, you bought them. And then they'll claim that you can't have them because their logo is on them. It's not true. I bought it. I can wear it if I want. Period. Period. I bought that. It is mine. It is in my possession. I own it. Otherwise, you stole money. And that's what they do. So, this is the point. This is how they treat people. And then when you quit or something like that, here's how it worked with me. I was nice. I literally said, I am so done. I don't even want to see her again. You need to schedule me different times. That stupid fucking bitch never needs to come across my fucking gaze ever again. I was livid. I was done with her disrespecting people on the clock. I don't drive 45 minutes to an hour for 5 fucking years. Destroying car after car with all that mileage
for you to treat me like shit every single fucking day. I don't do that. Nope. I do it to get paid, asshole. And that place was run terribly. Terribly. Nothing was ever done about anything that anybody complained about. Ever. That GM, he didn't do shit. People would complain. He would just hope they wouldn't complain 2 days from now. That's what he would do. He wouldn't do anything. He would complain, try to make them feel a little better, and then hope that they'd forget about it 2 days from now. He wouldn't actually do anything. That's the problem. He was great at sales. He was a fast employee. He should have been promoted out of that store way, 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 way long ago. Which is probably the problem. But again, he still didn't do anything. Anytime something was complained about, he still didn't do anything about it. So that tells me, again, if he tries to do something, somebody from upstairs is going to be like, why'd you do that? That's what that tells me. Because why else wouldn't he? Why else wouldn't he do something about all these employees telling you that this disgusting manager treats them like shit? And other people are seeing it too. Why else wouldn't you? So something tells me somebody higher up in corporate or something likes that person and is perfectly okay with them treating people like shit. That's what that tells me. And that's what you have to realize. She's like a friend of somebody or something, you know, like essentially she's being given a special treatment. And that's illegal. It's illegal in the sense that I could sue them. I shouldn't say it's necessarily illegal per se, but in the sense that I could sue them. Basically, you can't sit here and say that you wouldn't have conflict of interest. Of course you would. That is a conflict of interest. So just that dynamic. And I know of another family that worked across McDonald's related to that family too. Also related to that family. So if you want to talk about just the amount of times that I had problems with the two of them, now think about the amount of times I had problems with the other family also related to them that also works at McDonald's that is franchised by that same owner. Oh, that owner's a fucking asshole. Yeah, he'd come driving in with his new Porsche. He'd walk behind the counter wearing his goddamn open-toe fucking sandals, stand on the line, make a salad when he shouldn't be. These owners are terrible. They're disgusting people. They just want money. It's true. And I saw it every time I looked at them. They're drunks. They want to throw parties and drink so that you don't remember. You know, like they're just drunks. They're rich drunks. They're Trump voters. And they're a family. They're a brother and sister that own it. So they are favoring family. And just like you see with Trump, that's his problem too. It's all about family. Vin Diesel's gonna burst in. It's like they think Vin Diesel's gonna burst in, you know, like it's ridiculous. And the whole point is that you don't do that. Because that is favoritism. You don't. That's ridiculous. You can work with a family member if you can work with a family member, but the whole point is that they couldn't. The whole point is that that dynamic caused that. She obviously acted like that because he was there. Yeah, she felt more secure with acting like that. She was an old lady that could barely do anything. She'd be literally hobbling around, could barely move. So she was physically unfit. So therefore, anything she couldn't do, That's the whole point. She would have to get other people to do it, and so like that's the whole point. When she is physically unable to do that job, she sits there, and anytime that gets in the way of her position, she tries to cover it up by like making it look like somebody else didn't do this, or she told them to do it but they didn't do it, or something like that. No, she just physically couldn't do something, so she has to get somebody else to do it. It's too busy. Like, you're paying somebody a lot of money to be a bitch, to never do any work, because all she'd ever do is delegate. She would never do anything, any ounce of work. All delegation. And then bitch about everything. The only thing that she could do is do like a setup where she knew certain employee strengths and weaknesses. And that's just basically working with employees long enough to learn that. That's it. I mean, Jesus Christ, that you could teach that to a fucking person making $7 an hour. Oh, and by the way, the other GM that I spoke of, the immature one at the other store, that was actually something she used to insult an employee. She insulted an employee one time with that insult. There was somebody that was like sort of kind of newer. He didn't know what he was kind of doing. He needed a little bit more like regular direction and stuff like that. And I was, what was I doing? I was working the window. I was taking orders, working the window, getting drinks. So basically, I was pretty busy. So she was supposed to kind of be running things, and she wouldn't. She would just disappear to the office. She wouldn't run things. And so the whole point is she was only up there when it was busy, and she would just intermittently insult people. That, you know what I mean? Like, she wouldn't do any work, but then she'd just intermittently insult people. And so, like, that was what it was this guy was standing there, and he was a manager, but I think he was, like, sort of newer. And he kind of, like, was being, I don't know, like, it was just the sort of thing where, like, you could have done it a different way, you know? And the whole point is he was just standing there waiting for food. And I guess he could drop fries, maybe. I don't know if we needed fries. There really wasn't anything else for him to do. It's not like it was specifically dirty and there was, like, an order he was waiting for. So she just was being a bitch. And, like, no lie, she said, "Why are you just standing there?" "Well, I'm waiting for my order on the screen." And she goes, "Well, yeah, but you should, like, wipe something down, or you shouldn't just stand there. I can pay somebody $7 an hour to stand there. You're a manager. You shouldn't just stand there." She would say things like that in front of people. This is how McDonald's talks to people, to their employees. That. Imagine just getting talked to like that every day. Would you deal with it? I dealt with that shit for 5 fucking years. Would you deal with it even one day? Or would you say, go fuck yourself and walk out? Because you have more self-respect than that. She wouldn't. The person that treated me that way, that GM, that treated him that way, she sure as hell wouldn't. And just like I pointed out with that other stupid fucking lady that could barely hobble around the store and was trying to make up for it by treating everybody else like shit. The whole point is that the moment I call her out on something, nothing's ever her fault. This is a Trump issue. This is people literally in denial about something. And a behavioral issue where in their brain, they are now allowed to say, "Oh, it's fake. It's not real." And they're allowed to go back to kindergarten when they just sit there endlessly lying. "No, I didn't do it. He did it. It wasn't me." And they can actually get away with it. It's that. Well, I didn't. The point is, I didn't even walk out. I transferred back to the original store trying to give that another shot. And I found out after transferring back, this stupid bitch that was there was lying to everybody. She was spreading all these rumors about, these false rumors about why I got transferred. She was telling everybody that I was forced to leave. She was literally just making that up. She's literally just making it up. The district manager came to me. I even know I was standing in front of the fry hopper, dispensing fries, and he stopped me. And he's like, "We need some good people at the new store. Do you have any interest in transferring to the new store?" Literally, that's what happened. So again, she can sit here and fucking say whatever she wants. Doesn't make it true. Literally just talking out her ass, and that's the whole point. When I transferred back, how the fuck would I have transferred back if I left on bad terms, you fucking retard? You fucking retard. Yeah, exactly. GM let me come back. He was perfectly fine with my work ethic. He was fine with me working there. He was sad to see me go, because he knew I did my job. Now, maybe we don't see eye to eye on everything, but who does? That's the point. We could get along. We didn't have to. If we butt heads, we'd found a common interest. Yeah, and he's not an asshole about it. She was. And she wasn't above me. She was the same level of management as me. He was the GM. There's only literally 2 managers above anybody else, the GM, and then they have like this co-manager position where there's one other person that does like their scheduling and stuff like that, and that person is also salary. That's it. Everybody else is literally just a shift manager. They're at the same level. So, this is how things are being done, and this is a common problem throughout the workforce. It's not just there, it's everywhere. I saw this when I went to the next company, too. Where initially they had managers that were sleeping with people in cars in the parking lot and stuff like that on the clock. Like, just all this disgusting, weird shit going on. Now, I mean, I wasn't a manager there, but I was making double what I was making at the last job. And I had great benefits, and I didn't have benefits that McDonald's would give you fucking benefits. I had great benefits. Great. Like, almost military grade. Yeah, I was paying the same co-pays as somebody that's in the military. I looked it up. And don't forget that I literally went to college for that. I learned what military and stuff pays for co-pays and stuff. I actually looked that up at the time, and yep. And so that's the point. I had great benefits. I had great... And the point is, that company was mismanaged. They were breached all the time. They had problems. They didn't deal with them. They had terrible security. Terrible, terrible supervisors. These supervisors were fucking retards. Just the dumbest people on the planet. Except for a few. There's a few that weren't. But, like, literally, some of these people were the dumbest people on the planet. And again, like, nice people, but really dumb. Some of them. Some of them not. But the point is, I saw this, and it became an issue, and the whole point is that it led the facility to what it became, where... So these new people came in and knew a little bit more about managing and stuff like that, and doing things about that, but they didn't know anything about breaches and IT. So when I was warning them that they were on an old archaic system and they're getting breached, and people are bringing cell phones in, and you're doing returns and stuff with access to people's addresses and names and shit like that, and anybody can just take a picture of that screen at any given fucking time, and everybody's doing it. Yeah. That company is literally just breaching every customer's information basically every single day. And it was just obvious to me, but at a certain point, I think it became obvious to the younger corporate people that were more educated and came in and saw this and went, what the fuck? These people are idiots. This is going on? Like, they came in and just, like, looked at everything that was just really fucked up. Just like I did. And nobody else was acting like that. The supervisors weren't, the managers weren't. Nobody was doing it. That's, I think, what they saw. They saw the same thing. They saw a facility that was doomed. That literally was getting fucking information breached every day. Had morons making the same mistakes. And the same systems that would just go down constantly. And then you're trying to pretend like you're not getting breached. So, eventually it became a layoff situation where everybody lost their jobs to automation, and they opened the facility far enough away that these people couldn't relocate. They wouldn't want to. The whole point is it was very obvious that they did this because they recognize that people are stupid and don't want to work and lazy. They can get more out of a robot. So, that's kind of the point. And it's not the answer. That's not the correct answer. The correct answer isn't necessarily to do that. But that is certainly their answer. That's one answer. And so like that's an opinion. That's where you'd use opinion with politics, where you'd be like, well, there's just politics in business too, and you could look at that a certain way, and that's their opinion on doing that way, and it might work for them. And that's okay. That's one way of doing that. However, that's again just where an opinion would come in place. So just recognize that as long as we're not talking about, you know what I mean? Like somebody's opinion on whether something is safe or not safe in the workplace, that's different. That's not an opinion, that's a fact. If you know something is safe or unsafe in the workplace, that's not an opinion. That could harm somebody. That's a fact. You don't use opinion there. You just take the precaution. You don't risk people's safety. Okay? So, like, there's a difference. If we're just talking about, like, jobs being lost and stuff like that, well, it sucks. But usually that means that the job market and the infrastructure and stuff like that, oh, Trump's a jackass, but, usually that means there's jobs somewhere else. Usually it means that there's a bubble somewhere else. Again, that's where you use opinions. But with people's safety, with people's... No, that's where you don't. So the whole point is that all these things where people are being nasty to each other, where they would question the integrity of a worker just on a regular fucking basis instead of just parking a car because you don't have the goddamn order and you're waiting on me. Why am I waiting on me? You're an idiot. You literally don't get life. You don't understand it. All you want to do is be miserable and make sure everybody else is miserable too. Anybody you come in contact with, you want to make them as miserable as you because you don't understand life. Simply fucking move on with yourself. It is what it is, dumb motherfucker. If you want to find out why we are waiting on me and do a visual inspection, do it. Otherwise, don't use your dumb little stupid fucking attitude. Because it doesn't do anything except make you look stupid. So, that's the point. These people that vote for Trump, they're idiots. And I will tell you about an issue that I had with the son. Her son. The guy with Asperger's. It's 40 years old working on a kitchen line. And the whole point is that he was being loud, obnoxious. And I needed to be the manager at that moment. I'm the manager. Okay? He isn't. He is not a manager. He is an employee. I am his superior. He never acted like that. Never once. Always the other way around. And it's because I'm willing to listen and learn from somebody that's been there and done that job a million times. So because I was willing to let him teach me some stuff, that's why he acted that way. That's why. So that's the problem. He's being allowed to do this and being made to feel justified in this. So the issue was that one day I needed to maintain control in the kitchen. Because everybody was getting distracted and we were getting behind, and it was him. It was his fault. He was talking. He was joking around. He doesn't usually, I'll admit that. You know, when we get busy, he usually buckles down. But he was joking this day, and sometimes he really can get out of hand. And he can get the whole kitchen off beat because he's doing something he shouldn't be doing. And no lie, he was being stupid. And I just couldn't handle it anymore. I was trying to do my job. Everybody was like going different directions. People weren't on the same rhythm. It was the sort of thing where I had to get control. So I simply looked at him and went, "Steve, enough! Stop!" And he said, "Shut up." Literally told me to shut up. A manager. Should have been fired on the spot. Or at least told to go home. Nothing happened to him. Nothing. He told me to shut up. A manager. Doing his job. So I then literally said to him, "Did you just literally tell a manager to shut up?" And he said, "Yeah, and I'd do it again. Shut up." So then I looked at my GM, who was currently running the floor, pretending like he didn't hear it, because he can hear everything. Trust me, he's pretending like he can't. I looked right at him and I said, "You need to get control of him right now." And he literally said, "Why? What's going on?" Are you kidding me? The guy's fucking 10 feet away and you're trying to pretend like you can't hear his loud mouth telling me to shut up? Everybody else heard it. Oh, give me a break. Yeah, real convenient. He doesn't hear that then, but he can hear it when somebody says the fuck word. Yeah, okay. So that's the point. He would always turn the other cheek. He would never do the right thing. And so he literally just kept doing it and he wouldn't stop. And the GM said, "Both of you stop." That was how he handled it. That was how the GM, this brilliant GM, guys, this brilliant GM that knows all these things, that's super smart. This is how he handles this. He tells us both to stop it. He says, "Both of you stop it," instead of sticking up for his manager that's trying to do his job. So that GM is the problem. That GM is the problem. That GM is the problem. Right there. And plenty of other people left because they didn't want to work with him. Because he's that way. He's non-confrontational. He will not deal. He's a small guy that won't stand up to people. Okay, he's got me there. He knew I was a martial arts instructor. He's really going to act like that? That's what's fucked up. He knew those things about me too. That's what's fucked up. Like, he knows this. And he's letting this guy disrespect me like this when I am the martial arts instructor, the manager in the kitchen, trying to maintain order. And his terrible employee that can't even be bothered to shower, that literally has the same disgusting, greasy old hat that he's had for fucking 20 years, that you can't even read, you can't even see the McDonald's emblem anymore. And this is the guy that can continue treating people this way and disrespect. You know, this is that guy is literally why one of their most loyal employees quit. One of their most loyal employees quit. This is a lady that she was there fucking 6 in the morning, 5 in the morning, 7. Didn't matter. She was always there. She worked hard. She's a good worker. And she left because she wanted the managers to do something about him. She was tired of him calling her a bitch every day. And they wouldn't do it. So she quit. She was tired of it. She was tired of being disrespected. So, you know, like, that's the whole point, is like, you have these problems going on in the workforce. And nobody does anything about it. This is what's really going on. Like, it's not all that other shit. It's literally this. People just take this home because there's no checks and balances. People are just, it's behavioral. They see Trump. He justifies this behavior. I mean, God, again, the whole point is, I'm the guy that says fuck. I can say that. Donald Trump shouldn't be saying the word fuck. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He's the president of the United States. I'm not. So, you know, I mean, it's like I said, like, I dealt with all that before. I've had patience. I've had to deal with that shit every fucking day. I've had to just just deal with it and do my job and shut up. Okay? So to think that I don't know how to deal with some trolls or don't, nah, it ain't that. It's that this shit has never stopped. It's that it's getting worse. It's that as they're doubling down, it's not trolling, it's just harassment. It's those people, it's the same behavior. And I'm taking a stand. That's the point. That's what's happening here. And they know that. They know who they are. They recognize that I'm taking a stand against them. That I'm finally done with the stupid shit. And if I was at the point that I'm at now, and I worked that position with that guy, if you didn't separate me from him, I probably would have hit him. Because the amount of times he got in my face, he deserved it. Literally, the dude got in my face several times. Several times. And because I'm a martial arts instructor, it doesn't affect me. I don't care. I am not angered by somebody getting in my face. Okay? However, the current status quo of things, where people are taking advantage of people and they're doing this to be seen as powerful or something like that, no, I will smack that down. I'll smack you the fuck down so goddamn fucking hard you don't even know what hit you. Because the point is, you don't get to pretend you can punch somebody or you can damage somebody because you didn't have the training. You don't get to pretend that. Okay? A martial artist goes what they go through. A Sifu, somebody with respect about themselves, goes what they go through to obtain such a disciplined self-control of the art that they would never even need to. It would be like a goddamn joke. You have to understand that. Like, it would be like a fucking joke. And this guy is actually testing me. No, I'd smack you so goddamn fast you didn't know what hit you. And the point is, half the time, those assholes don't even realize they're going to angrily, blindly throw a punch for me to step on their toes. And for them to fall face first. Like, it's that easy. It's that easy. That's the fucking point. Most of these fucking idiots that would blindly swing and think with their fists first. That's the fucking point. That's how easy it would be. I wear the anger so you can see it for those who are also angry about the state of things. It is not something where I want to direct it at somebody, I want to harm somebody. It's just out of being attacked. We're angry. You poke and prod somebody every single day at school, what happens? Do they punch you eventually? Do you ever did that? I'm sure some bully somewhere did that and then got decked one day. That's what fucking happens. Yeah, what happened? You gonna go to school? Remember when you're in school? Okay. So what happens if you sit there every day insulting the same person, poking that person? Eventually, they're going to do one of two things, right? Yeah, and you know what those two things are, so I'm not even going to bother. They're going to take an action is the point. You do it on purpose. You do it for that. Except you don't want the action. You don't actually want... You just think it's funny. You want people to see you bullying somebody and picking on somebody. That's what this guy is. He thinks it's cool. That's what McDonald's does. They bully people. They allow this behavior. They think it's cool. And I see it everywhere I go. I see it systemically. I see the employees with the same fucking look I had. When am I ever going to get the fuck out of here? There were so many times where I had some very serious thing going on, and I went to work anyway, and they were just nasty. They don't know anything about anybody's personal life. They don't know shit. And I could have had somebody die on me. It could have, like a best friend. Could have been going through... Yeah, they don't fucking know. And I go to work every day. And they just treat you like shit. Because, it's your job to smile. So you have to smile when you're in there. No lie, I was literally depressed one time. Upset. Because something was going on. It's going through a breakup. There's a lot going on. And my manager actually told me that I had the smile. He said, you can't... He said, you need to like, smile. You have to... You wear this on your face. You have to... I walked away and shook my head. He cannot force me to smile. He can go fuck himself. You will never force me to do that. No. That's equilibrium. That's what we've been talking about. You start forcing people to have emotions? Nope. You better pay me an actor's salary. I'm an actor at that point. You better pay me an actor's salary. I'm pretending emotions. Yeah, that's suppression, man. There was a reason why actors go through what they go through. Now you're asking me to literally ignore emotions to pretend to be happy. Nope. Go fuck yourself. Pay me an actor's salary and then we'll talk. Yeah, go fuck yourself. Yeah, if I get paid even $1 million for that, okay. Now we're talking. Because now I can go out and I can forget about all that afterwards with my millions of dollars. Yeah, I can actually like live and do stuff. But no. No, you just want people to suppress emotions and fake a smile when you're not even paying them an actor's salary. That's my stance to McDonald's. That blatantly have made it clear that you are an actor and you do not get paid for that. That's what McDonald's runs. They run a pretend food organization where you have to pretend to be happy. You have to smile. You are required to do this. Stupid shit like that. Yep. So this is the point. We are in an unprecedented time where nobody's happy. Donald Trump's a fucking piece of shit and he's suppressed people left and right. So, what do you expect? Can't expect that. And also, again, it's pretty brilliant if you think about it. Actors get paid what they get paid. They do get paid to smile, frown, have emotions. That's what they are paid to do. At McDonald's, I'm paid to fill orders. That's it. That is my job. If you're sitting here trying to tell me that I need to smile and so, no. Now you're dictating my emotions. I'll sue you if you expect that and you actually hold me accountable and responsible and don't give me raises and stuff based on this. Yes, I'll sue you. Because now what you're doing is you're creating an environment where I'm not happy. You have these terrible employees and you're forcing me to be happy. That's called torture. Yep, there's a word for that and it's called torture. That's literally what that is. It is literally torture. Yes, because you need that money. That's your bread and butter. You have to be there. You don't want to be. And you do not feel good being there because of what's going on. These trash employees that this company has policies for doing something about, but they're not doing anything about it. And meanwhile, you feel like shit because of these trash employees. And then this company, on the same token, is forcing you to be happy, forcing you to smile. Yeah, you can sue them. Especially if they ever told you, which he did. He did tell me in person, he said, you have to smile, you can't wear that on your face like that. He told me that, the GM. So that's the point. I mean, I could sue that. I could easily sue them for that. There was so many times that I could have sued them. So many times. How about the time where, do you remember how I told you there was another family? Not just this one family, there's another family? Yeah. So the other family has an anger issue too, and they're related to this family through like marriage or something. This is like the other side. And this stupid fucking bitch, literally like she's just a dumb fucking bitch. It's all the women in that family. They I think that like they get beat up or something. I don't know. It really just seems that way. That like they have like a. I don't know. Like maybe maybe they have like some weird thing. I don't know. But it's just it really seems like the women are suppressed. Basically, they're not listened to, that sort of thing. Because yeah, like you guys know this already. I told you guys this already. I mean, like flat out, I told her I was leaving. And remember, she's the same manager as me, same level of management. There's only the co-manager and a GM above you, and they're not always there. And so the point is, this lady, I told her I was going into the office to get something. Like I needed to get this. This was something I needed to do. Like we were in the middle of a rush. I had to do this. And literally I wasn't even gone 15 seconds. And she shrieks my name. Like, not even a yell, a shriek. She shrieks my name with easily 30 to 40 people standing in the lobby. Like, just a shitload of people in the store. And she shrieks my name at the top of her lungs. And I come back expecting because she sounded angry. It was like an angry shriek. And I expected to come back like, something happened, something really bad happened, you know? And I came back and she's just yelling at me because I left the floor. When I literally just told her 15 seconds ago I had to go to the office to... And she was like, okay. She acknowledged it. This is this is what I'm talking about. This shit. And there was this other time where she was like following the GM around because that's what they do. This same lady, she's following the GM around because, you know, she's got to kiss his ass. And the muffin toaster went down, as it often does, because that store is fucking trash. And so he went back there to deal with that. She didn't need to be back there. If anything, she should stay up front to try to manage that since he's going back there. So what does she do? Immediately follows him to the kitchen. He doesn't delegate. He just lets her stand there. She's just standing there, watching him. This is what goes on at that store. She's just standing there, watching him fix this. Instead of doing her job. And then I kept trying to communicate something to her because I needed her for something. So I kept saying her name over and over and over and over to try to get her to acknowledge me because she just kept ignoring everything I was saying. Until eventually, and again, remember, she's not doing anything. She's just staring at the GM while he fixes a fucking muffin toaster. She followed him back there to do that. Middle of a rush. I'm saying her name over and over and over to try to simply tell her something. Okay? Now, eventually, this is what she does. Just like Stewie and Lois. I am not even making this up. No professional response or anything. No, I'm sorry. I was distracted. None of that. Literally, exactly to this volume. What? Just like that. You know what he did? You know what the GM did? Nothing. Everybody turned and looked. It was jarring. Somebody could have been injured. There's like a kitchen. Somebody could have like jerked a knife and like stabbed their arm or something. You know, like this is what we're talking about. It's a kitchen. And the GM didn't do anything. He just stands there and like looks at me, gives me a look. And it was a confusing look. I wasn't even really sure what the look was. So he was intimidated by them somehow? What the fuck? He's the GM. He stands there and does nothing about that insubordination. So you see how they were able to get away with this and do all of this. And she was one of the more fucking fat, disgusting ones there, too. She would always be dirty because she was too fat. Her fucking fat rolls would be running into everything, and then she'd have all this fucking dirt conveniently right on her goddamn gut. Well, maybe if she wasn't, you know, sitting here getting fat and shit like that, she wouldn't feel, you know, so angry to shriek my name across the fucking restaurant 15 seconds after I tell her I'm leaving the floor! Stupid bitch! So that's what goes on at McDonald's. Oh, I got loads of them. I got loads of stories. We ain't done yet. I got loads of them. Loads. And that's the point. The point is I shouldn't have any. I shouldn't be able to remember this stuff. There's jobs I don't remember a damn, and I worked there for X amount of time because it was a good fucking job. I have good memories. All I remember of that are the people because they're funny as shit. Yeah, I worked a pizzeria job. Listen, that owner was flat out belligerent, and sometimes he would go off. But I had another good guy there that understood, and he backed me up, and we got him to calm down. The guy was a little bit of a drunk, but I mean, he's an older guy. He just wanted to run his shop, and I mean, really wasn't that big a deal. And we had good times. And it really wasn't that bad. Yeah, I mean, there was one time he flat out, we were laughing about it after the fact, but no lie, like, we had no idea what his problem was. We just assumed he was so wasted. But like, I was walking toward the back room after talking to the pizza maker. I was gonna go back to wash some dishes, and he just comes out of the back completely beat red in the face and just starts literally yelling at me that like I shouldn't talk back to the other guy that I was just talking to. Like we were just talking, like there was nothing that happened. Like it just out of nowhere. It was so crazy. And no lie, he was just like, whoa, calm down, nothing happened, nothing's going on. He didn't talk back to me or any, like, none of that happened. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it was just crazy. This guy was flipping his shit. And we got him to calm down. He apologized. He realized. He's like, I'm sorry, I don't know why I acted like that. The funny thing is, he was still, like, you could tell he was a little wasted, but he still apologized, like he realized he was wrong and stuff like that. That's what happens when you have good employees that back other employees up and hold them accountable. And that was the owner. And he apologized to me because the other employee said, no, nothing happened. What are you talking about? We're just talking. If anything, I was laughing about something that he said. Like we typically would just talk about like heavy metal and shit, you know? We like the same music. I think I introduced him to he may have known about Black Label Society, but I introduced a lot of people to Black Label Society. Trust me, a ton of people. He may have been one. He may have been. But I know that he loved them after we talked about it. Like, you talked to me about it. It says good gym music. Yeah, definitely good gym music. But at the time, all we had actually would have been up to Blessed Hellride. That was probably the most recent one at the time. That was a long time ago, man. So yeah, lots of more grungy sounding metal, but still good gym music, of course. You know, the point is that I haven't changed what I'm doing. I haven't altered what I'm doing. I'm just taking note and standing up for my principles and moving on. So when these companies do this to me, I move on, and then just another company does the same thing. So this is what you have to realize, is that yes, workplace bullying will always be a thing. Yeah, for sure, bullying will always be a thing, because yin and the yang, good, the bad. You don't know what the good is without the bad. Doesn't mean that the bad is good and that you need it, but you don't know what good is without it. So, unfortunately, in our imperfect world, that's it. It's not that you should embrace bad and, oh, well, there always needs to be bad guys. No. You always strive to world peace. Always strive to be the best you can, knowing we live in an imperfect world and you will fail. That's what you should be doing. So that way you're not just an evil person being nasty to people, screaming at the top of your lungs. What? No, she did that because she is often... I will tell you the psychological reason why she did that. Okay? She is often rewarded. That tells me she's rewarded for lashing out at people. Basically, like somebody thinks it's funny and sassy that she yells at people in her personal life. So, therefore, she does that on the clock. She starts doing that on the clock and is so justified to do that to an employee. Because somebody in her personal life is too stupid to tell her it's obnoxious and nasty. It's not likable. So that's what you have to realize. So not enough people are being friends and being good to other people, and so that it just brings it right back to originally what I was talking about. It's not enough people understand the right and wrong. Understand that. Why are huge chunks of likes all coming off all at once if it's not one person doing that with a view bot? You know, like the like counter was at like 700, 800 something, and they're just giant hundreds of likes just coming off all at once. Right now. Watch it. Stare at it. You'll watch it climb down. Stare at it. I want you to look at it. That thing just climbed in the past minute. It's climbed from 700 or so all the way down to... You see what I'm saying? You see it? So you need to realize is that the person doing this, they're trying to do it to make people think it's like real people. Like, again, when this started happening, there was like 10 people in the stream. So hundreds of people aren't all coming back all at one moment to remove their likes. The point is this person is picking a specific moment to start removing these to try to affect the algorithm. So that way it detrends, stuff like that. I'm sure you see it. Just giant, and that's my point. Like, nobody's doing this. Like, there's not these huge groups of people all just sort of kind of sitting here, coming back and forth into my streams. Hundreds of people. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and they're all sitting here hanging on every little word and all removing all these hundreds of likes all at once. Yeah, that makes sense. No, that's just one person. So that's what I wanted to show you too and point out as that happens now. You know, when I see that, I want you to see that. I want you to see how condemning that is, how ridiculous that is, how stupid that looks. You see it. And so that's what I'm talking about with that Elden Ring stream. Remember the Elden Ring stream I was talking about? That most recent one, where it has more likes and views. This is what we're talking about. Where just huge amounts of views and likes just started coming off. And they were sloppy about it. They just didn't add up the fact they didn't remove enough likes to make it less than the view count so that it looked legit. Because again, how would a stream have more likes than views? It wouldn't. So, you get what I'm saying? Like, you can't like a stream more times than it's viewed. You know what I mean? Like, doesn't make any sense. Each person can like that stream one fucking time. Yep, each person can like that stream one time. So you see what I'm getting at? You see what I'm getting at? I'm not gonna say it. If I say it, it goes away. You see what I'm getting at, though? I'm sure you do. So, yeah. That's what I've been seeing nonstop, guys. When we get these views in here, like if they just eventually, it's the sort of thing where, you know, I showed you the end stream screens that show we have the thousands and stuff like that, but then they just come off anyway. They remove them anyway. But yeah, that problem with McDonald's, like that dynamic, that issue, that's going on everywhere. That is very specific, but that behavior, there's that type of thinking. That's sort of kind of what's going on, and that's what's being justified. And it's not woke to, you know what I mean? Like you don't label, you just basically say, look, that needs to change. That's just nasty. That's toxic. You know, like you don't say, I want to, you know, like something is woke or something like that, because you give the other side something to use to easily dismiss it. You just say, look, that needs to change, man. Seriously. There's right and wrong, and that is wrong. You know, you're not a friend, you're not a family member, you're not a help to that person, letting them think that they look sassy or look cool yelling at people. They will never look that way. They will always look trashy. They will, you know, and that's what we're dealing with. I mean, that's not the only place I dealt with that, where, you know, like it's obvious that this is just an issue. I mean, when I talk about yelling with McDonald's, I actually mean that. Like actual yelling. That really happened. And I gave you a very vivid example of the volume. Other companies, I don't know about the actual decibel level, but I'll tell you one thing. Technically speaking, if you did that and a cop was in the lobby and he heard you do that, that's disorderly conduct. You actually could have been arrested. She could have been arrested for treating me that way. If an officer was actually in the lobby and saw that, I would not be surprised if he walked behind the counter and arrested her. Seriously. I would not be surprised. And that's what you have to realize. You can't treat people that way. That is literally the definition of disorderly conduct. Getting to a point that is beyond the normal, where you're forcing attention. And it's not for public safety. You know, it's to, you know, it's for your, you know, your own personal, you know what I'm saying? Like, I get it if it's like, oh my God, there's, you know, like the whole yelling fire in a public space. Can't do that. Because the whole point is, you don't want to take that away. You don't want to desensitize that. You need everybody to be able to understand fire's not something you joke around about. So that should be the perfect example of the desensitization. We don't yell fire in a crowded public space for good reason, because we desensitize it. Now realize what shootings and all that shit is doing. Talking about it, desensitizing it. People are used to it. They're used to seeing people die. And they just don't care. That's the problem. You're desensitized to screaming at people. You're desensitized to caring about people's feelings. You don't care how you treat people. It's not good. So that's where we are. And that's happening everywhere, not just at McDonald's, but like a lot of places. It's not just that company. It's a lot of places. And again, it's not that companies necessarily even their fault. It's a systemic problem in this country because of Donald Trump. I blame him 100%. It was never a problem for him. Never. Never, ever, ever. He gave these people an outlet. It was getting better. You know, woke was a thing. That's the point. Now remember, I told you the problem with that is that gives the other side a very easy, quick term to dismiss. So don't do that. But yeah, the whole point is that people were starting to understand that, yeah, there's just, you got to change with the times. There's a lot of people in the world now. Everything's fast moving. Everything's instantly on the internet. And you could harass somebody too easily. People can be harmed too easily. And you have to be responsible about that. That's all. So, anyway, we probably don't have a whole lot of time here. Here, but I just wanted you guys to realize in this stream sort of where I'm coming from with a lot of things, why I mention companies and stuff like that. It isn't to trash them, it is to make you realize what's happened to them, like actually happened. Not like, you know, trash this company and think that they should be canceled and demolished, and no, just fixed. You know? Just literally fixed to the point of, you know, having the ability to get business done without stepping on people. You know, like people can be successful, they can have good ideas, they can be productive without toxic. You know, and so the point is that even the last company that I was at, where they laid everybody off and stuff, they had their problems too. They did. They got breached a lot. But the whole point was that some people were trying and others blatantly weren't. And at the end, as we were closing down and stuff like that, nobody gave a shit. And it showed me exactly where everybody's integrity was. Nobody had any integrity. And I saw it. Well, I shouldn't say that. There was obviously like groups, like a couple groups here and there that kept to themselves, hung in the back. They tried not to make a fuss and stuff like that and just do their usual thing. But truthfully, a lot of people that were there at the end were just fucking around, being unsafe, getting paid to do nothing. It's bad. And it looked like a lot of managers and supervisors taking advantage of people. That's what it looked like. Because some of them, a lot of them kept their jobs. They just went elsewhere. I'll tell you one other quick, really stupid story, and I'll cut it there. This is a really, really stupid mistake for this company. So another dumb thing that one of these companies, this last company, this big one, that laid everybody off and stuff. I wanted to speak to the manager about the way things were going. I couldn't even get any work done because everybody was loud all the time. running around, literally not doing work. I physically couldn't even do my job anymore. And we had rules that you couldn't even talk. Yet, people were so fucking loud, I couldn't even fucking focus on my job. This is how bad this was. Like, basically, it was a party. Like, people were just coming there to go, you know, get paid to have a party. So, basically, I start complaining. And it's very obvious that this bitch that I'm complaining about is racist. She's black. Because basically she starts making it about race. Like, she goes that route. And so, like, she's like, I can talk as much as I want, blah, blah, blah. You know, like, I actually try to be reasonable with her. The whole point was I approached her very politely and just said, excuse me, because I had actually always talked to this lady before and we were always pretty cool with each other until this moment. And I said, excuse me, I really am having a hard time focusing on getting stuff done. If you wouldn't mind just keeping the volume down a little bit. Like, I don't mind if you talk, but like, if you're so loud, I can't read what I'm trying to do. You know, I mean, I can't, like, I was just trying to present it like that. Like, I was just trying to tell her where I was coming from so it didn't sound like I was complaining, you know? And no lie, like, just really polite. And no lie, she just literally, like, flips the fuck out on me. Flips out. Verbally yelling. I can talk out as much as I want. I physically told the supervisors this and they didn't do anything. They literally told me they weren't going to do anything. And then I physically made them do something because I told them that there were several times where I could physically remember that an employee was reprimanded and fired for talking too much and stuff like that. And then very slowly they started doing. They had to come over and say something because they recognized I was right. They fired people for shit like that. And they let this black lady do it because she's black. Because she's pulling the race card. So you start recognizing that black women are literally just taking advantage of this. And again, like, yeah, that's the whole issue, is that now you're gonna, like, they're just gonna play the race card. Oh, it's racist! It's not racist to call you out on your racism. That's not racist. You're fucking just being racist toward me. You're trying to use your little fucking dumbass race card that doesn't apply here. You're just being obnoxious in the workplace. So that's what I'm dealing with, guys. And basically, this is what happened toward the end, where I just didn't want to deal with this anymore. And I was meeting with a manager to talk to her about this and to talk to them about this. No lie, this is what they did that was so stupid, and I can sue this entire company for this. They pulled me into a small room with a female manager and another female HR representative. That's it. And had a conversation, like essentially pulling me into that room where they were not going to do anything about the stuff that I was complaining about, that people were being unsafe, people were being hurt. This was during COVID. People were not wearing masks and not following procedures. It was just bad. And they weren't going to do it. They were literally admitting they weren't going to do anything about it in that meeting. That they pulled me into a small room with two women. And I'm a guy. I can sue them. I can't do that. Because you could make some sort of sexual exchange at me. There's nobody else present, no camera or anything like that. And you pulled me in there for that. And now you can gang up with the other person. This is a conflict of interest. You can use your double sexual thing against me being the man. Where you're pulling me in there because you know you got a woman looking at this from a woman's point of view, not a guy's point of view. And you're intentionally doing that. And you pull me in a small room, shut the door. That's incredibly fucked up. And do you know what? After that meeting, I left and didn't come back. Because that was the single defining moment that told me that they were mismanaging that entire place. The manager of that whole place is the lady that did that. The stupid motherfucking lady that did that. And that's the point. That is incredible. Do you have any idea how badly they could get sued for doing something like that? Just no male. And this was a very constant thing. Anytime I wanted to talk to HR in that place about anything, always a female. Always. Every single time. Female. 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 And the last time I wanted to talk to somebody about something in that place having to do with a female that was a black lady that was stealing things. She was stealing things, and I was trying to point out that she was obviously a scammer, trying to manipulate people and stuff like that. Yeah, I got another HR rep that was a black female, conveniently. Yep. I can sue the fuck out of that company. Such a stupid fucking thing to do. Every single person I ever dealt with in that place, not once was I ever pulled into an office with a guy. Not once. Not a once. Nada. All women. Very weird. And this is the same place that had a woman manager fucking a guy in her car in the parking lot. Yep, she was taking advantage of that, and this is a guy who's just an employee. Yep, just some dude fucking the manager on break. Everybody knows it because that's how she got fired. That's the point. It's on the record. She got fired for it and everything. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm not saying anything that wasn't on the record. That's the point. They know that. And then they hired a new manager, and the new manager was better. I'm not complaining about her. This is a different lady. Yeah, this is a lady that was taking care of things as it was closing down. She ain't so good. And again, every manager, pretty much every manager that I dealt with or supervisor, something like that, that pulled me into an office or that I spoke to quietly, silently, behind closed doors, again, was a fucking female. Incredibly wrong. Incredibly wrong. So incredibly wrong. And then you want people to feel heard and valued in the workplace, but your HR reps are just women. And just so that you know, they lie to you. You're going to sit in there and you're going to tell that HR rep, you're going to tell them not to tell anybody anything, that they're just there to listen, right? It's not true. They will flat out lie to your face and then go say everything that you just told them to your direct manager. They will lie straight to your face and tell you that they are not going to tell anybody anything, especially your direct manager. And then, right after that meeting, because your manager is sort of your boss, so they kind of have to. You have to realize that. It's just checks and balances. So they do. It's a lie. And that's why everybody actually hates HR. That's the joke. That's the point. You're not understanding the point. The point is HR is a joke because it's dishonest. If it was honest, it wouldn't be a joke. HR is dishonest, so therefore it's a joke. They expect you to be honest. Oh, tell us how you feel. And then they're never honest. They're just... Which is why The Office was actually so epic. You know, The Office, like the U.S. Office? Toby was actually one of the only examples of a good HR rep ever. Seriously. I have never seen somebody actually do the job properly. But Toby did. The funny thing is, everybody hated him. They should. Now, I'm sure, like, that sucks for him. Like, the whole point is it's a running gag. It sucks for him. No, the whole point is that he takes the heat. That's his job. And doesn't say anything. Do you remember the whole file Dwight kept going to him about Jim just endlessly putting them in boxes, never reporting them? And then Dwight just kind of forgets about it. Yeah, the whole point is do something. Yes, do something for sure. But you don't air it out in front of people. You don't pull them into offices by themselves. You don't make them feel uncomfortable. You make them feel better about the situation. So, yeah, like HR, as far as HR is concerned, HR was a complete joke at that company, and they used it to spy on people. Basically, that company had an issue with breaches. They didn't know what was happening, and they were blaming it on employees. So what they were doing was they were using HR as a way to spy on people, on their own employees. But really, they just had an idiot or a scammer for an IT guy that was breaching and leaking all their shit. Because all you had to do at every single one of those archaic computers, was on an old operating system. You've how many computers in this facility? And you're doing that? Okay. And then they were slow to upgrade them. So they finally upgrade them, but then, you know, they don't upgrade all of them. They just sort of half-ass it. Well, you can't do that. You got to do them all. One's breached, they're all breached. They're all on the same network, right? You have a bad IT guy. And I kept fucking telling them this. But no. They just want to keep giving endless amounts of money to this retard that's like 50 or 60 years old that doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. And this guy's locked in a locked room all day. Nobody even sees his face. And he's like the brains of this operation and stuff. Meanwhile, he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. And no, I'm not talking about the computer repair guy. That's just a... I mean, the guy that was repairing their computers, he wasn't even that knowledgeable. Like, he wasn't, like, dumb or anything. But, like, the point is they should have gotten a real, you know, IT guy. Like, this guy just, like, he's a repair guy, and he was doing the computer. Like, they just needed to spread that out more. They just didn't... It was mismanaged. Whole place is mismanaged. Whole fucking place. And this is my point. I can sit here and I can deduce a company from top to bottom. I can tell you what's wrong with it. That's my skill. So when I come on here single-handedly looking and sounding like Gordon Ramsay, and this is pissing off every single company that has the ability to, you know, they have these data brokers and stuff like that, and I'm literally, accurately saying the problems, yeah, they feel so jabbed. You know, they feel it. Because they know it's true. So they try to shut it up. Just like with Gordon, where you see he's stopped doing that now because endlessly people would just fall back into what they did. You know, these business owners would never want to do the right thing and want to make the change and want to better themselves and cook fresh and make those changes and reduce the menu to make it smarter and conducive for, you know, smaller but more orders. You don't understand what you're doing if you're not doing that. And that's McDonald's problem. They overcomplicate. I mean, it's literally... McDonald's is literally... They have literally the same problem. Gordon Ramsay this tells every single restaurant owner. Every single one. Too much on the menu. Trying to do too much. Too much, too much, too much. Even the guy... I'll even stick up for him in this light. Even the guy with Asperger's, the 40-year-old idiot, that was a blatant idiot, insulting people and shit like that, even his own mom and stuff like that on the line, on the clock, in front of people, even he recognized there's too much on the menu. Now, he's probably recognizing it because he doesn't want to do it and doesn't want to deal with it. But he's right. You know, like, that's the one unfortunate. I'll have to back him up on that. He's right about that. So this is the point. Everybody can come to a common ground on things. We don't have to fight. We don't have to not get along. You just want to be immature and be seen doing it because you think it's cool. Just like I told you about the behavior of that lady where somebody was justifying that she did that. She is so justified to shriek my name like that. She never did it before. It's not like something regular she does. Just that one time and 15 seconds after I told her where I was going. And she's not even above me on the... all these things wrong with it. It just tells me, again, like I said, somebody thinks that... Somebody is letting her think that that's cool, that she's... it's attractive for her to do that, or it's enduring, it's something positive to her character, and it's just not. It's just not. She's literally one of the most unattractive people I've ever seen. And not because she's not, physically, you know what I mean? Like, that's whatever, you know? That just has more to do with while they take care of themselves. But that's kind of the problem. They don't take care of themselves. Every single one of those people looks sloppy as fuck. So yeah, they're miserable. They take it out on everybody else. Yes, period. So, it's a systemic problem, man. It's not just McDonald's, it's everywhere. And we're going to talk about this and try to get people to realize it, but again, it's not to put the companies on full blast. It's not for that. Just as I'll get an order wrong or something like that, I will sit there and I will try to tell you guys, at least this was right, or something like that, you know. I won't, freak out and be a Karen about it. You know, I mean, there's really no room for that. But... if you notice a behavior where it seems like somebody's getting away with too much, where you've seen this now, it's too many times, you know, and there's other things too. It's not even just that, it's bad. They're not even getting business, they're slow, you know, and the place next door is getting business. You know, that sort of thing. Which you can do is you can deduce that other people don't want to go there. They're not getting business because they're slow. You sat at the speaker for 5 minutes before anybody answered you, and then you even got the wrong order for the third time in a row. And now you're going inside to complain. It's the sort of thing where, shouldn't have to do that. Third time in a row? And every single time before that, it took them 5 fucking minutes to even start taking your order after you pulled up the goddamn speaker box? Your business is trash and I'll never come there again. Yes, you deserve a Karen. Yes. Yes. Because you won't have a job in a couple of years when your store closes down. So anyway, we gotta get going. I gotta get going. Oh, that's bright. There we go. I gotta get going. Sorry, guys. We are out of time. But I appreciate your views and I appreciate your willingness to listen. I came back to kind of explain where I've been, what I've been working on, and explain to maybe some of the new people that have been lingering around, wondering what the channel's about, what we've been, just yapping about for, however long you've been lingering around. But anyway, I gotta go. We're out of time. So, thank you.